And actually, I'm really. Hi, everyone. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started because it is 10:30. This is Anouk, and she is presenting Can Urban Red Squirrels Help Us Inform Policy on Ecological Infrastructure? Take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I will talk about urban red squirrels, and I have been working in at Zwil in Zurich, working with like urban wildlife and research in the practice for the last 10 years. And now last year I started my PhD, and I worked part-time on my PhD, where I actually have time now to dig a bit further into the data that we've collected over the last few years. So I want to take you to Europe for the next 15 minutes. I hope you don't suffer any jet lag on the way. But we will talk about 3 cities in Switzerland. So the first of which is Zurich. Zurich is the biggest city in Switzerland. The city itself has about 400,000 inhabitants, but when you take the whole metropolitan area together, it's about 1 million people, which is at least an eighth of entirety of Switzerland. Then we looked at squirrels also in Lucerne, which you might know from postcards, and St. Gallen. And all these cities look very scenic on the pictures. However, they're massively densifying at the moment, which is causing like a lot of pressure on our urban green spaces. So in Switzerland, over 85% of the population lives in urbanized areas. So we actually, like, even though we have the Alps, like those are very, like, not very densely populated areas. So as mentioned, there is a lot of pressure on our green spaces, especially in urban areas. And we need to find ways to inform policy so that we can keep up these green spaces and design them in order to be beneficial for wildlife. So the species I will focus on is the red squirrel. It's not the same species as you have here in North America. It's the Eurasian, an Eurasian species. You can see in red the distribution range. Very typical are its tufted ears that you can also see really well, especially in the winter coat. And much more so than the gray squirrel that you have here in urbanized areas, the red squirrel is much more bound to trees. It's originally a forest species that, however, has adapted well to living in urban areas. It's diurnal, so it can be very well observed by people, and that's why we use it often as like a flagship species for urban wildlife in the Swiss cities. So the picture here on the right is actually a cheat. It's from Berlin. It's not from Zurich. So we've also observed that in Berlin, we have squirrels that get much more adapted to the urbanized landscape, much more so than we do in Zurich. So squirrels benefit from anthropogenic food sources and therefore can occur in higher densities in urban areas, which is like a phenomenon that we see in many different species of urban wildlife. And the squirrels, they're particularly bound to trees. So they only cover short distances on the ground, which I think makes them like distinguish them from the gray squirrel, which spend a lot of time on the ground. The red squirrel actually only comes up to the ground if they need to bury food for their winter larders, or if they want to cross streets and they don't have trees that cover those streets, which also makes them particularly vulnerable to fragmentation. And that is kind of the reason why we want to use them as like an indicator species for fragmentation in urban landscapes. So with the study we did, we wanted to look at which ecological factors determine the presence of urban squirrels. Can we monitor the squirrel habitats using community science and or remotely sensed data? And how can we design better cities using this arboreal species as a focus, and also focusing on urban tree cover? In order to do so, we worked together with an urban wildlife observation platform that focuses on getting observations from the general public. So everybody who sees wildlife in urbanized areas can send in their observation, similar, for example, to iNaturalist, but only focuses on urbanized areas. And the goals are to link the people to the nature right outside their doorsteps. We want to close these knowledge gaps in species, such as the squirrel, which are not systematically monitored anywhere because they're not a species that can be hunted or that is relevant for like traffic collisions. And therefore, we want to monitor them to see how these populations are doing. In addition, then we want to save and support urban biodiversity. So on the right-hand side here, you see the map of Zurich and with all the squirrel observations that were collected so far. Of course, these are clumped in certain areas where we have squirrel hotspots. And then we use this data to go and head towards a more systematic approach. And we did that by selecting different study areas. So we chose areas with squirrels. So they always had like a squirrel observation at a central point. And we compared them to areas without squirrels, which were random points chosen. But then in addition, to make sure that there were truly no squirrels in that area, we went out, we put up these hangouts, asking people to report squirrels if they've actually seen them in that area. And together with like 76 volunteers across these 3 cities, we marked the habitat in the whole study area. So basically this 35-meter radius, that's about 100 feet. We mapped all the trees. We tried to identify them down to the species, and we recorded some bushes in order to understand which habitat squirrels need. This turned out not to be so easy because when you're out in urban areas and you try to identify plants, you cannot just take your like local plant identification guide, because in urban areas you have very different species than in the forest surrounding it. So we worked together with a botanist who helped us design a guide for our cities in particular. And we met with the volunteers to learn the identification of these species. So in total, then we ended up with about 650 study areas across these 3 cities. And over 6,000 big trees were mapped. So these are all the trees with a circumference higher or bigger than 80 centimeters. And for all these species, we wrote down the species identification. In addition to that, we had almost 6,000 smaller trees that were just marked on the map, but not identified, and about 2,000 hazel bushes. So when we look at the results, so these are like the data that the community science collected at these sites, we see that we have, generally, we have more big trees in areas where we have squirrels. So the areas with squirrels are always on the right-hand side, always in red, and the areas without squirrels are on the left-hand side in blue. So this kind of makes sense. That's the habitat of the squirrels. So they need the trees. That's where they live. That's how they move from one spot to the other. But then we also looked at the diversity of trees. So we took the Shannon Index as a diversity measure for the different tree species we see in these study areas. And we also found that in areas with squirrels, we had a higher diversity. And this makes sense when we think about the squirrel. They need, like, they have a wide range, like wide dietary range. They need a lot of different species in the year to meet their dietary concerns. And then we looked at the hazel bushes. So this is like one species of bush, but it's a very important food source for the squirrel. And we also found that they occurred in higher, we had more hazel bushes in areas with squirrels. So moving on from that, I wanted to see whether we could get the same kind of information from remotely sensed data. So basically just looking at satellite data, like aerial imagery. And so I used the habitat, I calculated the habitat suitability model. Here it's only shown for Zurich, but I did that for each of the 3 cities. And I looked at which factors influence the presence of the squirrels. So if anyone is interested in the details, maybe we can talk about this later. But basically what we found here is that the LiDAR layer, which is like an aerial imagery of the kind of, you can imagine it as like a 3D layer of the available habitat, like the tree volume in these areas, had a positive effect of squirrel presence, as well as the NDVI, so the productivity of the green space. In addition, we had more squirrels in areas where we had more broadleaf trees, and the distance to the forest had a negative effect. So that kind of makes sense, and that is like an important aspect for me as well, that shows how the fragmentation is affecting these urban species. So moving on from that, I wanted to look into the planning of different connectivity corridors. So Switzerland has this map with all these corridors here, all marked in green, in red or in orange. The red ones, you can barely see them, but those are the ones that are where the connection is not currently intact. The green ones are where it's intact. But these are connectivity corridors that aim at big species. So at like wild boars, at red deer. And whenever one of these areas is impacted by a big building projects, one of these wildlife bridges is being set up, as we've heard yesterday with a few examples from LA. However, we also have these planning corridors in cities. And here we look at like one of the other cities, St. Gallen, and we can see in blue and in green the planned wildlife corridors. These corridors are not necessarily planned for squirrels, but for all kinds of wildlife. And they're not necessarily intact. So what we want to do with our data is to see which of these corridors are intact for squirrels. When we zoom into a part of the city, we had a nice example that just showed up kind of from our data. You can see the squirrel observations here as the white points and the connectivity corridors. So basically the squirrels are coming in from the forest, from the north and the south, and they have a really hard time to cross the big streets in the middle of the city. So basically these two streets, we have almost no observations within the city. And then again, the red line here shows the major highway. It's probably a small highway compared to American highways, but it's a 4-lane highway. It's kind of built in this ditch, and it's basically impossible for any squirrel to get across that. And the interesting area is circled in dark blue. That is the area where the highway is in a tunnel. And suddenly that's the area where we see that squirrels are able to reach the inner city parts. So definitely there is a problem with fragmentation going on. So now I move back to Zurich. We see again the map of Zurich with the very yellow parts are the forests. And in the background is the habitat suitability map. I wanted, and that's one of my next steps, use a connectivity model as a background layer and then put these connectivity corridors on top. They're here, the white lines that you see. And I want to look at which of these areas, the corridors we see. So here we see one of the biggest green spaces in Zurich and how the connectivity is intact or not for the squirrels. So basically my suggestions for the practice are that we need to keep these old trees, and these are under a lot of pressure in urban areas. And especially in the green spaces, we need to try to preserve these trees. We need to plant a variety of trees. And here we kind of realized that most city planners were mostly looking at which species are good for climate change and adapt well to the future. But nobody in Zurich looked at the biodiversity and what these trees can bring for biodiversity. So we came up with a biodiversity index where we did expert interviews, and we looked at how well these trees act as like, how well their services are for different biodiversity. And then another thing that we suggested to the city governments was the maintenance of these of the green infrastructure, one of which would be the hazel bushes, which we realized that only produces fruits or nuts after 3 years. And oftentimes the whole hedge is being cut down every second year. So they never produce any food that can be used for the species. So we recommended them to cut down 1/3 of the hedge like each year, And so like never having the full hedge being cut down. So to sum it up, what I want to do is in the next step, I want to compare the remotely sensed data with the in situ data, basically throw it all together in a model and see which factors really show where squirrels occur. I want to calculate the connectivity models instead of the habitat suitability models that I was able to show today, and then expand this to the 20 biggest cities in Switzerland. So that's it from my side. If there's any questions, I'm very happy to answer them.
Any questions? How did you recruit volunteers?
So basically, as part of the project Stadtbild here, we already had like a network of volunteers. So the project has been going on for 10 years. And we have like people that join in for yearly projects. Sometimes they like join for 1 year and then they leave again. But we have some people that stay with us for the whole 10 years. Yeah. But it's usually like we contact the media, we try to spread it as broad as possible. Yeah.
For the connectivity models, are you thinking in terms of doing something like CircuitScape or something similar like that?
Yeah, I was planning on using the CircuitScape. Yeah, but I need to look into more details because I've never done a connectivity model before.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Do you, not knowing my European wildlife very well, do you think that red squirrels and maintaining their connectivity could have benefits for other types of wildlife within Switzerland?
Yes. So I think especially because they're good indicator species for this arboreal connectivity, that is like very important to them, but also to like different species such as like hazel dormouse or the edible dormouse. So we have a few species that are really heavily bound to this arboreal landscape, and I think it can help focus on that type of connectivity. Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, thank you so much, Ms. Talbot.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry I wasn't here to introduce
worries.
you. I apologize for that. Thank you. All right. We have about 2 more minutes for our next speaker. And I'm actually surprised a few minutes find areas that didn't have squirrels. That comes from the Texas. They're everywhere. Yeah, so that's amazing.
I'm always surprised when I come to the US, how all communities go.
Oh, yeah.
They're
everywhere.
every time we find a real squirrel.
Well, they usually have like a 50-50 split between people who love them and who hate them, as they get into everything. I'm just using this, so it should be the same. And so, just want to give time in case someone's coming for this next talk.
Do you think, you know, in the tropics, they help primates get over the roads with like an arboreal lattice or something?
Yeah.
Would that work for squirrels on that really looked like a wall, the road
Yeah.
you showed?
So we worked together with one of our volunteers, and she, like, together with her neighbor, she set up a rural bridge over her street.
Yeah,
And like we helped them set it up, and if I think it's been done, there's like 3 examples over the entire district. I don't know how often they're actually being used.
Right.
but that would be interesting.
yeah, neat.
I'm going to go ahead and get started. Our next speaker is Ms. Tracy Lee, and she's going to be speaking on Calgary Connect, integrating ecological connectivity into urban municipal planning.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I guess it's still morning. I'm happy to be here today. My name is Tracy, and I'm the Director of Conservation Research at the Mistaki Institute. Mistaki is a nonprofit that's affiliated with Mount Royal University in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And Mistaki is a Blackfoot word that actually translates into backbone of the Rocky Mountains. So I'm going to kind of do something a little different. I'm not going to really talk a lot about the science, although I do have QR codes. So if you're keen on the science, you can check out the QR code that takes us to some technical reports or academic papers that we've written. But I'm going to focus kind of on describing our journey to work very closely with the city of Calgary to try and support an ecological network. And by that, I mean a series of protected areas that actually have corridors that connect, enable animals to move between those protected areas within the city and outside of the city. So this is a nice picture of a mule deer overlooking our downtown city skyline that we took on one of our remote cameras. So just to orient you, Calgary, Alberta is in Western Canada. And you've probably heard of the Canadian Rockies. So Calgary is just to the east of Banff National Park, which probably many of you have heard of. It's actually a city of 1.5 million people, and it just continues to grow. So we're really good at annexing land and building big rural residential subdivisions. Around Calgary is predominantly a rural landscape with agriculture, so crops and ranching. And then we also have some Indigenous communities, Tsuut'ina Nation and Stoney Dakota Nation. So the city supports everything from cougar, this is from one of our remote camera traps, to amphibians. This is actually a tiger salamander that's being eaten by a black-crowned night heron at an urban wetland, quite inner city. And so I just want you to stop and think for a second of the movement needs of a cougar versus a tiger salamander versus a black-crowned night heron. The tiger salamander, you know, has to migrate from the upland terrestrial habitat down to an urban wetland to breed and then back up. And we're really good in urban environments at mowing down to the edge of wetlands, at putting roads through upland habitat. We're good at removing the wetland itself and leaving the upland habitat. So just imagine the thinking that needs to be involved if you're trying to maintain amphibians on the landscape. The black-crowned night heron actually overwinters in Mexico and breeds in Alberta. So now we have a species that we need to be thinking about its needs from Mexico back to Alberta. And here it's ended up in an urban environment. I think this is an amazing photo for an urban environment, by the way. And the cougar, we have those showing up on remote cameras all along the edge of the city, which tells us that we think they're using the city parks as part of their habitat. So there's many challenges with trying to maintain connectivity in an urban environment. What are we connecting what to what and for whom can be challenging to figure out. The jurisdictional complexity of connectivity projects, like actually implementing or maintaining connectivity, is overwhelming. It can be federal, provincial, municipal, Indigenous communities, private, multiple different private landowners. It's kind of a gargantuan task, actually. And we often lack policy to inform considerations of ecological connectivity and planning and decision-making. I don't know how many of you have sat through a municipal decision-making process, but it's often what is regulated. It's not talking about something that, oh, wouldn't it be nice if you consider connectivity? There's no overarching plan or policy to support that. It's often not even in the discussion. So this is kind of my main part of my presentation, is the framework that we've used. We've done so much urban ecology work. This is kind of 10 years, and I'm kind of going to touch on a bunch of different aspects. But we spent a lot of time with the city trying to define our purpose, trying to delineate the ecological network using different science methods. We've spent quite a bit of time trying to build social capital in the urban environment, trying to integrate our work into planning and build policy support, and then the big gap at the end, investment strategies, because if we are going to maintain ecological connectivity in a city, it requires investment. So I know this looks a bit overwhelming, but you can see my framework down the side. And I really wanted to talk kind of about 3 separate projects that are all tied together. So I'm going to start with the Calgary Captured project. This is a remote camera project in the city of Calgary. It has 63 remote cameras. You can see wherever there's a gray square with a hash, there's a camera. Right now, what we're using this data for is those orange blobs, which are some of our primary corridors that go from parks in the city to out of the city. And we're trying to help validate a structural connectivity model that the city has had done. So we have cameras set up in these orange blob areas, trying to understand what are the animal activity patterns. We've been collecting data for about 6 years. And so we've also developed a technical report that's been used in park management planning. So we looked at things like, we have a huge dog off leash issue. So we identified, okay, parks, if you're serious about wildlife, here's where you have off leash dog issues that you need to do enforcement or education. We've also looked at the behavioral response, and we are seeing in our parks that have really high human activity a shift to more nocturnal behavior. So all that type of information is in a technical report. I think we've seen a lot of presentations on this the last few days. And of course, we just have an incredible, beautiful photos. So I mentioned social capital. A big effort for us has been trying to educate Calgarians on the importance of wildlife. We shamelessly borrowed from the I'm a New Yorker campaign, which I'm sure many of you have seen, and we did an I'm a Calgarian campaign. And so we have these postcards with the coexistence messaging. This one is trying to get people to realize the need for movement of animals within the city. So we're Calgarians, we use a transit system too. Instead of using roads and the C train, we use small natural areas to get around our parks. And then there's messaging on the back. This actually mimics our C train line, but the nodes are parks and the corridors are defined as if it was a C train line. That I'm a New Yorker campaign is one of the best things I've ever seen, by the way, for communication. So Calgary Connect is looking at medium to small mammals. It's helped validating the structural connectivity modeling, and it is being used in park management plans. But as we showed in those first few slides, we also have many small species like amphibians who operate on a very different scale. So we've undertaken a project to monitor amphibians and to identify habitat suitability models and connectivity models to help inform planning at a different scale. So there's, I'm not going to get into the details, but to build social capital, we used a community science approach. So we had citizen scientists for 2 years going out and monitoring amphibians at 53 wetlands in the city, 9 to 11 times each season, and reporting their observations. When we started this project, the city said, oh, historically we had 6 species, but we don't know what we have or where they are. So we found 3 species are still remaining. We've lost 3 of the species that historically had been in the city. And we were able to use that information to actually generate the location of core wetlands in blue here and show where the potential movement pathways are between those core wetlands. We also, I'm not showing it here, but we also have a barrier map that shows where there's barriers. So we can zoom in on this map and the city can actually look at, is there places where we can actually restore connections? What's so alarming is that all the areas where you actually still see the potential for movement, there's all planned for big development. It's all slated for development. So what's really neat about this product is it's being used in planning in the master drainage area plans and area structure plans. They're actually using this as a layer to consider, because what they do when they put in a residential development, they basically obliterate the wetlands and they put them back as stormwater infrastructure where they want. So this is an effort now to try to keep some of them naturalized and connected. That's also being used in a prioritization tool to inform protection, restoration, and reconnection of wetlands. So really powerful to see that information being used. And then lastly, and I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but the city itself developed a structural connectivity model, which is species agnostic. It's based on naturalness. So what's kind of left on our landscape? They used a circuitscape approach, and that was kind of the platform which we used to delineate an ecological network. So all of these things kind of came together for Calgary to actually develop an ecological network. The primary corridors are in green, the core habitat patches, which are hard to see, are in blue, and then the hash marks are kind of secondary corridors, most of which have development being slated. And so what's really neat is they're using the amphibian stuff at a smaller scale when you get into that secondary corridor work. The red arrows are depicting great, but everything's dependent on what's happening in our neighboring jurisdictions. None of the neighboring jurisdictions have connectivity in their planning and policies. And so we're embarking on a really big project right now with the University of Toronto to try to actually mimic this framework on the outer landscape. One of the areas that I think we're really lacking in is development of investment strategies. So now we have this great plan. And I forgot to mention the big success here is that somehow the park staff got this into the city's municipal development plan, which I don't know if any of you, that is, I like almost passed out. Like I just couldn't believe it. Like that is a significant win. So it's really important to have things in policy, even though sometimes policy is ignored. So we just unfortunately approved a massive residential development right here for housing in a floodplain. And the mitigation is 4 stories of dirt. 4 stories of dirt, and you're a heron rookery in a floodplain that was completely underwater in our last flood. So which was 2013. So kind of incredible. So even though we have all this work, we still have political decisions. It was 11-3. It wasn't even close. It's 11 people for building that development. So even though we have this in policy, it's a really good start. How you implement that and operationalize it is still a lot of discussion. So investment, thank you, investment in strategies. I think this is where we're lacking. It's gonna take money. And I don't know what those strategies are. And I'd love to hear if people have like a conservation tax that's being charged or a fee that's being charged. I know private land conservation is one option, but when you get into an urban environment and you're trying to buy land back from a developer, it is majorly cost prohibitive. The city has very few tools available to them to stop something like this or to try to maneuver it. So I'd love to hear policy ideas, conservation tools that people are using that have been successful. I think this is a big gap, as you saw in our framework. It's kind of the next step. So I leave you with these beautiful bears and just say, even though I think we've made immense progress, we have a long way to go. This is a mother and cubs that lived very successfully in a park for about 4 months. They were on our cameras constantly. And then they got up into a neighboring community with garbage. It was called into Fish and Wildlife, which is a provincial jurisdiction, not a municipal jurisdiction, and they were euthanized within a week. So we still have, kind of a long way to go as far as coexistence and messaging. And that's everything. If anyone has questions. Comments?
Yes.
Have you tried to work with the developers at all to get them to maintain some level of green space and connectivity? Is that being the next step?
Yeah, I have not personally, but the city has, and they have made some. They've had a couple projects where they've had success about taking all the environmental reserve, which is something they can take, and usually it's steep slopes. They've taken it, like they've pushed it all to one side, so it kind of maintains a green connection. So there has been other examples within the city where there's success. There was not success. It's a great suggestion, though.
So just to add on to that, in Charlotte, in North Carolina, what they've done now is the tree save for each development, it's going to be contiguous with other tree save areas. And so they're not looking at the bigger picture, but they at least have done that, and that is, I think.
So that's policy.
Yeah.
So that's a policy trigger that would kind of work towards, see that we don't have anything like that yet. That's where I think we need to be going. That's great. Thank you for sharing that. I might write that down after.
Yeah, kind of to add on to that, in Florida, there's the Florida Wildlife Corridor, which is kind of a big, it's like a puzzle piece. There's like some actual protected like federal lands, some state lands, and some lands that are like in agreements with like rural landowners. And so it's kind of this like quasi permanent corridor that runs through the state, but it's like parts of it are federally like supported, so they're going to be there longer term, but parts of it still have this risk of development. So it's kind of like this weird like amalgamation of all these different factors.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Do you know how the Parks Department in Calgary got the ecological connectivity like into that development thing?
You know what? I honestly think it was timing. I think it was a very, very savvy director.
Yeah.
Department who knew politically when to slide it in. I think you need these things ready. This is like a big lesson in conservation for me, is you need things ready. Like we've developed a whole ecological connectivity overlay, like a zoning overlay. So the idea is that it would have to be approved by council. If it goes on, if you are going to develop within the overlay, you have to abide by these things, or you have to say how you mitigate for ecological connectivity. And we have it all ready to go, but there's not the political buy-in to get it in. And so I feel like this was it was an opportunity and someone took it because it was ready.
I think that's great advice. I mean, federal, state advocacy, we're always,
Yeah.
you need the policies ready so it can move at the right time and right. I love that.
Yeah. Any other questions? Comments? Then I actually wanted to ask a question, I guess. Have you heard of conservation developments with Randall Arendt by chance? Is anybody heard?
No, sure.
It's he essentially looks at development in a different fashion, where you focus on developing subdivisions in a manner where you would build kind of in close proximity to one another, but potentially still have beautiful views, but then the outer parameter or the beautiful areas of the property that's meant to be developed is then put into a conservation easement. So it's protected in perpetuity. So therefore, all the people who live in that community have the benefit of enjoying that natural space
forever, and you don't have to worry about it being developed in the future. And we have found that, we've tried that method. There have been various, I guess, interpretations in Texas of what conservation development is. But if done right, according to Randall Arendt's conservation design booklet, he has several books out, definitely worth looking at, especially if you work with builders and developers. But it's just sometimes engaging the developers who already have the property in their hands to possibly maybe encourage them to go that route, because money can still be made. It's just a different way of making money. And you still leave some of that valuable habitat intact during the development.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, that's great.
What's Randall's name? Can you spell that?
Randall Arendt, I think it's ARENDT.
Randall works with lots of rural localities. And one of the things that happens in rural localities in the US at least, is they've got a lot of by right subdivision already in place. 10 acre minimums, 20 acre minimums that are politically very difficult to roll back. So Randall's books are, and his planning is a good guide for them to come up with a political alternative, often beginning with carrots and then later becoming mandatory policy.
The only thing I'd like to add on, the difficulty that I've had as an urban biologist in Texas is that oftentimes when you're dealing with the 5 acre and 10 acre minimum acreage, or the smaller acreage properties, people who buy into the subdivision oftentimes realize the value, but then once a few get sold, the new people coming in oftentimes don't understand it, or you just have one person who's like, well, all of my other neighbors have kept all their habitat intact, so let me go ahead and just clear my one lot. What's it going to really matter? And so the HOA essentially receives that responsibility once the developer bows out of a subdivision. So it's really the strength of the HOA oftentimes to make sure that that those, whatever the guidelines were that were developed by the developer and or builder, are kept intact and enforced. But sometimes that's very hard to do, and I know in Texas it is. So people sometimes still wind up clearing their property, even though the developer and the builder went through great lengths to keep it intact.
Randall's designs are moved to smaller lots and leave those areas open for the balance of it. The challenge with Randall's stuff has been historically, and Randall's worked on this a lot, is you end up with a subdivision in the middle of a rural area. So you get to it and it looks very suburban with no connectivity. It's a driving destination, all of which was going to be there anyway, just spread out over 5 or 10 acre lots. But over the years, Randall worked with other people to think about maybe doing those as villages, maybe having a little general store, thinking about orientation to some things that avoid it simply being a community. There's a lot of great work.
Thank you for your comments. All right, we've got about 2 minutes, so we're going to go to Sarah. Is she here? Oh, hi, and I apologize. Can you pronounce your last name? Gagne. Gagne. Ms. Sarah Gagne is up next, and she's going to be speaking on meta-analysis of the ecological effects of urban forms, sprawl versus compact residential developments.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sarah Gagne. So this discussion we've just been having is exactly what I will be talking about. So trying to look at all the academic studies that have looked at this question, comparing the ecological responses between compact residential development and conservation subdivisions as an example of that, and then dispersed residential development. This work has been carried out largely by a former MA advisee of mine, Caroline Brinegar, who is now in Charlotte at Central Piedmont Community College. Couldn't be here today. So as we all know, urban development is among the fastest growing and least reversible drivers of global land use and land cover change. As this figure from Gao and O'Neill in 2020 in Nature Communications shows, it's not only developing regions and countries that will be urbanizing very rapidly in the future. So developed places are also projected to experience a high rate of urbanization. And part of that urban land use and land cover change is residential development. And we know that residential development profoundly changes ecosystem structure and functioning. I've got 3 examples here. On the far left is a meta-analysis that looked at changes in bird community composition along the urban gradient. So suburban areas have about 70% of the bird species that natural areas do. Urban areas have about 30% of the bird species. So very different change in community metrics. A former MS advisee of mine, Grant Payton, published a study that looked at differences in the traits among birds that are favored by urbanization. So birds that do better in more urban landscapes are more likely to be granivores, have higher clutch sizes and more fledglings per clutch, and are more likely to be resident. So urbanization changes the types of species, and residential development is part of that. And then it can change all sorts of other things as well. So this is a great study that I really love. Kellett and colleagues, it looked at carbon accounting in a neighborhood in Vancouver. And they found that carbon emissions in this urban neighborhood in Vancouver were about 3 times that of a nearby forest. And only about 2% of those carbon emissions in the neighborhood were stored by soil and vegetation. So fundamental ecosystem changes in urban places. So if we're thinking about residential development, and we've just been talking about this, a central issue in the management of these impacts is the role of urban form. So I'm thinking about urban form as a variation in the spatial arrangement of housing along this gradient of housing density and sprawl area. So on the left side of the gradient, we've got a land sharing scenario, dispersed development, urban sprawl, where for a given number of dwellings or a given human population and a given landscape size, you're essentially spreading everybody across that whole landscape. And so the landscape is shared between people and natural habitats and wildlife. At the other end of the spectrum, we have a land sparing scenario, compact development, same number of people, same landscape area, but we're building in a much higher housing density. And so urban development is occupying a small area and the rest of the landscape is spared for nature conservation and in reality, a variety of different uses in the landscape other than residential development. In our review, there have been in our literature search, there have been many reviews in the planning literature looking at the environmental effects of urban form, many of those restricted to, or not restricted, but focusing on carbon emissions, air quality, transportation, those types of things. There's only been 2 reviews so far that have looked at the ecological per se effects of urban form. So this earlier this year, there was a qualitative review by Youngstead and colleagues in Current Landscape Ecology Reports. And they found that about 50% of measures of services and processes, such as air quality, green space use, carbon storage, favored land sharing. And about 40 to 50% of the measures of individual species and communities favored land sparing in the studies that they found. Stott and colleagues in 2015 in Frontiers found that when they looked at different case studies of ecosystem service provision, that in some cases land sparing was favored and in some cases land sharing was favored. So it depended on the particular ecosystem service that they were looking at. So in our case, we wanted to perform a quantitative meta-analysis of the results of studies that looked at the difference between compact and dispersed developments on specifically ecological responses. So we focused particularly on species metrics, carbon storage, things that would involve the living component of ecosystems to see which urban form had higher ecological value. We performed a Prisma search of the literature in 2019 and 2020. We were explicitly interested in studies that looked at both types of urban form, compact and dispersed, and they had to look at that in landscapes with a roughly similar extent, a roughly similar number of dwellings or people, but at different development densities. We found two types of studies that did that. So studies that looked at real developments in real time and went to collect species data there. So I've got Gochman study in 2014 in Wisconsin that compared conservation subdivisions, which we were just talking about, to traditional subdivisions. And then we found modeling studies, and there were more of those. And this is Vaughn et al. In 2014 that looked at the area that was projected for a subdivision and modeled different patterns of development, a variety of different scenarios, some dispersed, some more compact, into the future with a projected number of housing, a projected amount of housing. We used, because we had these two types, fundamentally different types of studies, we used two effect sizes, two types of effect sizes. So usually in a meta-analysis, you'll use Hedges G as a measure of effect size. So the difference in an ecological response between, in our case, compact and dispersed. So we were able to do that for empirical studies. In modeling studies, there was no replication for a given scenario, or a scenario was replicated a huge number of times. So 1,000 times just based on the model. So that's not real replication. So we used the response ratio, which is a measure that's often used in meta-analyses of restoration effects, where there's also no replication. And just to give you an indication for these effect sizes, positive values indicate that ecological responses are greater in compact compared to dispersed development. We looked at a number of different moderator variables, number of authors, multidisciplinarity, latitude, biome, urban form extent, which was the size of the actual subdivision or the modeling scenario, urbanization intensity for modeling studies only, which is the total number of people accommodated in those modeling scenarios once in the projected time period, and then specific type of ecological response, and then kind of grouping those ecological responses as well. Like I said, we did separate analyses for empirical and modeling studies, and I'll be showing you an overall effect, which is the mean effect across studies. We used mixed effects, multi-level models with a random study variable, so to account for correlation there, and we used AIC to choose the best models. In terms of our results, I'm just going to give you an overview of the studies and their characteristics first. This is a little hard to see, so I should have made my stars a little larger. We had 23 journal articles, 6 empirical studies, 14 modeling studies between 1997 and 2020. It's a little difficult to see, but basically these are restricted very tightly to a temperate zone, north and south. In North America, Europe, we had a single study in Japan, 3 studies on the southeastern coast of Australia, and then we had a global study. So very, very limited in the representation by biome and then latitude. Urban form extent, the size of our subdivisions, and urbanization intensity varied significantly among studies. And like with other ecological reviews, almost all ecological reviews, people are looking at birds and mammals. So between 85 and 89% of the responses that we saw were biodiversity metrics, and then a very large proportion of those were on birds and mammals. So in terms of our results, these are our 6 empirical studies. We found a positive but not significant overall effect of urban form on ecological responses in our empirical studies. This was the single best model from the models we looked at with different groupings of moderator variables. It includes urban form extent and type of ecological response. What this shows, I've bolded the variables that are significant here. What this shows, the intercept is negative and significant. So in this case, dispersed development is higher ecological or larger ecological responses than compact development, unless you're looking at large developments, so where urban form extent is larger, so we have a significant positive effect there. Or if you're looking at, you've measured aquatic biomass and habitat amount, so we have significant positive effects there. Thank you. And that's just illustrating these results here. So we've got Hedges G on the x-axis. We've got urban form extent on the x-axis on the left, Hedges G on the y-axis. So Hedges G becomes more positive. Compact development has a higher ecological value when urban form extent is large, or when you're measuring habitat amount or aquatic biomass. Otherwise, it's non-significant or negative. For our meta-analysis of modeling studies, we had a significant positive overall effect across studies. So compact development significantly better than dispersed development for modeling study results. In our models, we had 4 models that qualified as best models. For the top one, for all the parameter estimates and all these, the only one that was significant was latitude in the top model. So if we look at the intercept, it's not significant. So there's no difference between compact and dispersed development unless you're looking, or unless you're studying, your study site is at high latitudes. And then compact development has a higher ecological value than dispersed development when your study is at higher latitude. So a significant positive effect for latitude. So thinking about take-home messages from this. Extremely, as with other ecological reviews, extremely limited global representation. This is a pretty niche question, right? So you're not going to expect a huge number of studies. But I think things like this really need to change. So we've got a high variability in study design, with the exception of a specific type of ecological response. So we're mostly looking at birds and mammals. So there's 2 things I think that we need to work on as ecologists. So if we're going to look at a question like this, we can take the approach like UN does about coming up with a standard protocol, right? To look at a particular question in different areas. That will make a huge difference. And then we need to start studying things that are not birds and not mammals. And I think a lot of people obviously are doing that, but we need to get the word out about that. It's extremely important. And we need to study habitats that are not in North America necessarily, or at least Canada and the US, although obviously I love Canada and the US, but we need to look at different parts of the world. This is extremely important because that's probably where we're losing, lots of species. Anyway. Okay, and then another take-home message is the effects of urban form right now depend on context. We had just 20 studies. It's not a huge number of studies. There's lots of variability among studies, right? So you might expect this, but it is a message to take home to planners and practitioners about this question. So right now, compact urban form land sparing is favored in developments of large spatial extent when responses or measures of aquatic biomass or habitat amount. Aquatic biomass was just measured in a single study, but habitat amount was measured in a couple of studies, and at higher latitudes. And so if we're trying to link this with planning, which is the point of this question, is we need to think of local studies in individual municipalities to bolster the power of future syntheses and to provide planners and managers with contextual evidence supporting one urban form approach over another. So this is thinking about stuff in terms of knowledge co-production, translational ecology, transdisciplinary science. This is really important in planning. I've got a related example here from a paper of mine in 2020 where I looked at context effects on what conservation activities planners were working on, and the population density of their jurisdiction, the amount of natural land in their jurisdiction, the amount of protected area, and the amount of recent population change all had significant effects on the types of things that planners were focusing on. So it just gives kind of strength to this argument that context and local studies are super important, as well as for the reason that like our previous presenter highlighted, is that planners actually need results for their particular area to convince decision makers of the importance of a particular approach. That is critical. So as ecologists, we need to work with planners and practitioners on questions such as these. I feel like I was going to say something else, but I can't remember. So got the point across. So that's good. I think I've gone probably a little fast, but so that gives me time to say thank you very much. I'd be happy to talk more about this question and answer any questions. You have probably seen me with my book. So this is Nature at Your Door. All the photographs you've seen in this presentation are from that book. So come check me out if you want to talk more about that. And contact me if you want to talk about any of this or anything urban ecology. And thank you so much for your attention.
A lot of like urban planners are thinking about economics and
Yeah.
costs associated with this
Yeah.
stuff. How do you sell this to them with economics in mind?
So that's a great question. In Charlotte, we have one really large development that's actually a conservation subdivision. It's starting to be built now, and it's being built as like a green, environmentally friendly subdivision. And so the developer has totally initiated that. It has nothing to do with ordinance or policy. And so I think there's an argument to be made among developers that this will sell. You know, and so in that case, the part that's not being developed is being used for recreation. And so that message about people getting out and, you know, going hiking for health and well-being and all that kind of stuff, I think could be really powerful.
Yeah, could you look at threatened species, not just species diversity?
No, I haven't. No, we haven't had a chance, but that would be an excellent addition.
I imagine that would be even more indicative of
Yeah.
preservation approach.
Yeah, so I did my PhD in this question as well. So for birds actually like less compact because a lot of bird species will do fairly well in like suburban density development, right? But then forest beetles like really compact development and not dispersed development. So they're more even compact. So I think it'll depend on the group
Even with
as
these
well.
birds, right? You get the rare
Yeah.
ones that can't take the edge.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
know,
I'm always thinking.
Cowbirds
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's a question about this. Was there any, have there been any studies done on like the attitudes of the residents in the different types of areas and their views towards wildlife?
No, that would be an excellent question. So I think with this question, it's easy to think, I think that could have a very large effect on wildlife communities. But I think a lot of it also depends on how people garden, what they do with their private space, how the spared land is used as well. And that can potentially swamp any effect of spatial arrangement of development, right? And so, no, I'm not aware of any studies that have looked explicitly at that. Probably because there's so few empirical examples or empirical comparisons of this. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments?
Yes, I don't have a question, I have a comment.
Yeah.
The first person I met from North Carolina, I'm from Raleigh as well, and I
Oh,
just
nice,
graduated.
awesome.
And if you have time to talk at any point.
Yeah,
today,
sure, yeah.
that would be wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, awesome.
We still have 2 more minutes. Any other questions from us? No? All right, well, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and wait just a minute, just in case anything else is coming. Our next speaker is Brian Washburn. He's going to be speaking on a federal partnership to ensure the humane capture, handling, and disposition. Disposition of migratory birds.
Thank you, and I appreciate everybody sticking around before lunch. I know it gets to be a physiologically challenging time. My pleasure today to talk about this federal partnership we developed with some of our federal agencies. And I will caveat this talk as in, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the other agencies because that's not appropriate. But they are, of course, co-authors and all part of this. So to be clear, I do not want to speak on other agencies' policies, but I will reference some of that. My partners in crime here, if you will, are from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Tony from the USGS Bird Banding Lab, colleagues of mine from USDA Wildlife Services and the various parts of the agency. I work for the research division. I'm a research wildlife biologist. But we all got together, and I'll talk about the effort and what we've developed and are continuing to do from this effort. If we think about natural resources here in North America, we work in our profession, we work under the North American wildlife management model. And under that model, the natural resources are held in the public trust. They're not privately held as they are in Europe and elsewhere. And what that means is we all have stewardship responsibilities, whether we work for a federal agency, the private sector, doesn't matter. We have those responsibilities. However, if you work for a federal or state agency, land management agency or otherwise, there's extra responsibility there as it relates to professional management of the resources under your purview, if you will. We really believe and as a profession work towards making decisions that are informed by the best available science. And we try to do that. We use all the good science that gets produced out and try to produce more as we have needs. And that's really important that it is based on science as a foundation. It's not the only factor that influences, but it's an important one. And then lastly, care and handling of migratory birds. We really need to use humane and effective methods while we are doing the work that we do. And this is reflected in regulation. If we look at a series of important regulations, at least at the federal level and of course the state level, involving migratory birds, first we think of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, I think fundamentally, but there's Endangered Species Act, there's the Bald Eagle Protection Act, which influences those species. Not that they aren't protected under MBTA, but they get extra protection. And also the Animal Welfare Act, which is not actually the Fish and Wildlife Service, that is USDA, APHIS Animal Care, the sister agency that I work for, to the one that I work for. And of course, state laws and regulations apply here too. I marked these the first four in large part because right now they are undergoing revision or have recently undergone revision. And there's some important things in there related to these revisions. And we always want to keep track of that. And I got it, regulation is about as exciting as it gets, but it's really important in what we do. If we look a little closer in MBTA, one of the things that I like to remind people of, and it's important to remember is, we talk about take of birds. Well, we often think of take equivalent solely to lethal take, and actually take of migratory birds refers to birds, live and dead, their parts, eggs. It refers to everything, and that often doesn't necessarily be at the forefront of our mind, but it should. And an important part of MBTA, it requires that any wildlife that we possess under a permit, whether it's a depredation permit, a scientific permit, or otherwise, that we maintain that wildlife under humane and healthful conditions. And that's literally what it says in the act. It provides no detail, no information about what that means. And that's really important. And that's kind of where the impetus behind this effort came from. This idea, while we are handling birds, we want to do it as humanely as possible. And we need some resources to help us do that. So the Fish and Wildlife Service reached out to my agency, Wildlife Services, to select a few individuals We also brought in the USGS bird banding lab because they actually permit take under the banding permits. It's actually permitted under MBTA. Fish and Wildlife Service and by default, USGS are the regulatory agencies. We are not. We're non-regulatory, but the service reached out to us as the subject matter experts in wildlife damage management doing a lot of this work. So we built a partnership and we started some good discussions over a 1.5 year period. There were, I will openly admit, there were some really challenging conversations we had, as you would expect. But overall, we had good conversations and we had a goal in mind and where we wanted to go. And I can say that plan and that goal literally mushroomed into something much, much bigger. And that's exciting in itself. The initial idea, what was brought to us to be a part of, was to develop a technical reference document as it relates to handling of migratory birds. And the initial effort was focused on depredation permits, and it was focused mostly on raptors, which we have a lot of influence on and do a lot of work with. Henceforth, the service came to us. What has happened is we realized this actually applies to all permit types and all species of migratory birds. So I will say the technical reference document as it stands today is focused on those two topics, but it will expand out to the other migratory bird species and waterfowl and eventually songbirds and things. There's a lot of work to do, but we needed to get something out there to start. So you will see a heavy focus on those two topics. Not that there isn't other materials in there yet, but that's kind of where the focus is. This reference document is simply meant for that. It's not a policy document, and I'll speak to that later, but it's a reference document intended to help people with this idea, with this topic of how we're handling birds and doing things in a humane way. It's best we define that. We can define that a lot of ways, but it speaks much to live capture methods and the tools we use, handling and care of the birds while they're in our possession, ultimate disposition, and there's all sorts of options of what could be done depending on the situation. It speaks to permitting, which is always a clear area. But hopefully, you know, we made some efforts to help people understand, wait, if I want to do this, then I need this type of permit from the service or USGS or whatever. And then we also provide references in there. It's not meant to be an all-encompassing document, but to provide, if someone wanted some information about something, we'll get you the references to get you there towards where you could get those more details. And I'll explain a little more as we go. This collaboratively developed document was intended to just provide information related to guide folks looking at method selection, different tools to capture different migratory birds. And again, you know, starting with raptors, different tools available in some of the generalities and some things, not prescriptive, but guidance to help provide some general information for consideration, things you want to consider while you're working through this process, things to think about that you may not have thought about. It's not meant to be inclusive of all capture methods, so everyone out there is not in there. Eventually it may be. Techniques and permit types, but a lot is in there and it will continue to be put in there. And I mean this sincerely, this is a living document. This is intended to be updated as we get new science and we get new information. It's going to go into this document. And in fact, we'll be reviewing it in probably 2 weeks to see, since it's released, is there new information we can put in there? And so forth. So it's going to be an electronic document. It's on the Fish and Wildlife Services website. It's obtainable, but because it's electronic, we have that opportunity to make it a living document, which is real important that it just doesn't go on the shelf. You know, who is the target audience? Anybody who handles or, very importantly, authorizes the handling of live captured migratory birds. One of the things that came out in discussion is the Fish and Wildlife Service folks felt that the permits people were issuing permits without some background knowledge. They didn't have field experience with some of these techniques. They would be this would be a great asset to them to start to understand things when they're writing permits. So that's real important. Regulatory personnel can be used, anyone in our profession. It's meant for field biologists, it's meant for managers and researchers, bird banders, just all sections of the profession. It wasn't targeted to anybody. To that end, it wasn't targeted to anybody where somebody was doing something wrong, which is a perception that comes out. And honestly, that was not the case. It's to provide information. Some of the areas related to live capture methods, we want to minimize the risk of injury or mortality, not only to our targeted species, but those non-targets we might catch. And also importantly, our lure animals who often don't get think about as far as their care, and they get treated humanely, but that is important. Recommended trap check times were an important issue. What might influence the changing of those times as well. And this is an area where we've got some research coming up to get some more science behind it. We don't have a lot, but we've got some in there based on our best knowledge, and we're going to continue to work towards that. And certainly the idea of using technology to check traps is an innovative idea, and it's something we really want to emphasize. When we're handling migratory birds, they've got to be properly cared for once we catch them to the time we release them with their final disposition. So we got to make sure we're doing, a good job, if you will, humanely caring for them appropriately for the species throughout that time. One of the things that was important to the service that we want to emphasize is if we are out and you have a bird in confinement, it's in the trap, it's important that you don't use non-lethal hazing techniques around it. Don't be shooting pyrotechnics next to the red tail that you caught in the trap on an airport, because it's going to add undue stress to the bird. It's in a confined space. Be careful when you have the birds that you're keeping them as calm and quiet and being as humane as you can. So that was something we wanted to emphasize and bring out. We also want to evaluate birds for disease and injury. In fact, to that end, worked with the Raptor Center at the University of Minnesota, and we developed a Raptor Trauma Triage card, which allows field personnel or anyone who might want to use this to go through a scorecard. It's got descriptions, it's got some pictures to guide you. One of the things is if we find a disease or an injured bird, it may be more humane to euthanize the bird at that point if we have authority, rather than taking it to a rehabber and then it gets euthanized. Or if it's injured to a certain level, it may be best just to release it or take it to a rehabber. So there's a tool available to help people make those decisions, because very few of us have a degree in avian veterinary science. But based on some good tools, we could help make some of these important decisions, which is in the best interest of the bird. There's recommendations for equipment, transport carriers, and all that type of information to help guide good practice. Migratory birds can only be held in a carrier for 72 hours, and then you have to put them in a different type of enclosure. Also, if we are moving birds for depredation purposes, red-tailed hawk-caught in an airport, we're going to translocate it away. That has to be done within 72 hours. It's a defined period of time that we can hold the bird in captivity without an additional permit or permission. So some of that information is real important as we're doing things. One thing that came up, there's several things that came up, is we were learning public display of captured migratory birds may not occur without a permit or authorization. So if I catch a snowy owl at an airport and I want to take it to a kid's school or something before I release it, that's got to be on my permit. If it's not on my permit, then it's an MBTA violation. Do I think law enforcement is coming to get me? Probably not. However, that was one of the realizations of, not that the service has some strong will against this, but it needs to be written in the permits. We need to be doing things properly. So one of the lessons has been, if we're going to do these activities, we need to make sure it's in our permits. And we want to follow all permit conditions. Remember, the permit is the law. As far as disposition of migratory birds, if we catch it on target, we want to check it out for injuries, disease, just and treat accordingly. If not, we want to immediately release it on site. So handle those quickly and efficiently. As far as disposition, it really depends on our objectives and the species of the bird and what's going on, but we may release it on site if appropriate, transport it for medical care if it's injured. We can hold them up to 2 to 72 hours and then within that time, translocating them away from where they are to hopefully somewhere else to benefit the bird or prevent a conflict or whatever we're working on. There's some limited opportunities for birds to be placed into education facilities and rehab facilities, so that's a potential to be considered and certainly something to talk to the service about. And then lastly, euthanasia may be the most appropriate, depending on the situation, and not always is, but it might be. So there's different ultimate disposition that could be happening with the birds, and it really is going to depend on the situation. And there's some things in there to consider about all these dispositions and what might influence whether one's more appropriate or not. Things just, again, guides and information to get you thinking. Some of the things that did come out of this akin to the display of birds, there's some things that I'll categorize as, did you know? And I'm part of this, so it was a little eye-opening to me and my colleagues, but migratory birds under MBTA protected birds, live or dead, mounted otherwise, cannot be used as lure birds or bait without it being on your permit. I've used great horned owl mounts to catch troublesome red-shouldered hawks that are attacking people. Well, that should have been on my permit that I was using the mount. I often think, well, live birds, yeah, you need that on your permit. Well, actually, the mounts do too. Think of MBTA, it applies to live and dead birds. Migratory birds, live or dead, cannot be used for training and education purposes. I can't do a banding training, even with dead birds, unless it's on my permit. So it's not terribly complicated to get it on the permit, but some of these are realizations that, well, wait a minute, if I don't do it, it's a violation. So it's kind of the aha moment of, wow, and it was for everybody, to be honest. And remember, a federal permit's invalid without a valid state permit otherwise, whether it's a banding permit or a scientific permit or a depredation permit. We often forget about the state, and we really shouldn't. Not all states have them, but if they do, you've got to have it or your federal permit's invalid. And one thing that came up from the service, and there's no evidence this is true for birds, aversive conditioning must be not used for birds. We don't rough them up. We don't try to give them a bad experience before we cut them loose. There's no evidence that works with birds behaviorally. Their brains don't work that way. Works great in mammals with bears and things, not birds. So it's not something that needs to be done and shouldn't be done. And then lastly, just to wrap up, as I said, we're doing annual reviews and we want to revise the document. The Fish and Wildlife Service did develop formal policy and a policy document related to this technical reference document, which is in their purview. And they're basically saying, use it, and we're going to use it in our permits. We are developing an interagency multi-module training program so folks can get experience. If you don't have any, you can get some. We know there's a lot of folks out there with a lot of experience, but the service has no way to say, yep, you're an experienced trapper or you're not. So we're hoping to get something that everybody can have as a basis to work off of. The service in particular is striving for standardization across the national landscape amongst their regions. And this is one area they're doing it. They want consistency among their permits. And this tool is something they're used for that. And then lastly, there's some targeted research efforts that we're pursuing, like those trap check chimes and other things, so we can get factual information and have recommendations based on good data, not just what we think, which is unfortunately what we have now. So with that, I'll take any questions if we have a minute. And if you want to ask me questions later, please grab me and happy to always talk about this topics.
I have a quick question about the MBTA in general. Is that like developers clearing forests with migratory bird nests? Like, is that a violation of the MBTA?
Technically, it would be.
Yeah,
You destroy an active nest.
so is.
Not an inactive nest, but an active.
Yes, is there a lawyer that could like take that?
So-
Always thought of that, I wondered, like, so you know.
I'm sure they just have to get permitted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that falls under incidental take. And that is a topic the service is struggling with right now, and they're getting ready to promulgate regulations related to the incidental take under MBTA. Because that's an important topic that's bounced back and forth between administrations and interpretation. And the services, I can say, because they put some things out publicly already, they're going to tackle that issue, and it's going to be interesting how it all works out for industry, for private individuals, for federal agencies. But yeah,
Thank you.
it would be a
Right,
take.
and it also has a specific use. I've already used it with developers in discussion. Those who want to think about how they're approaching things and differentiating between breeding season and non-breeding season, because in non-breeding season, it's pretty easy, things fly away as soon as you make a lot of noise, but in breeding season, you don't get that, and so trying to influence when they're doing land clearing. As opposed to just saying, you're not gonna be able to go in, or they will be able to get permits to go in, but it makes a big difference.
I'm excited about this document. I have a lot of questions. I might catch you later, but
Sure.
for like state agencies that have these permits and whatnot, the question is, where can we find this document? But then also, who can we talk to make sure that like our contact with Fish and Wildlife Service for a special candidate use policy, I feel like there should be a link updating us since we have to report stuff every year on, here's the updated policy. Is there somebody we can talk to about getting that integrated into the system?
There probably is in the Fish and Wildlife Service. That would be them. There's probably a couple people that would be candidates. As far as the permits go, your state wildlife agency, typically it's the state wildlife agency would have purview over those state permits. And as I say, not all states require them. It just depends on your state statutes, and they can vary
Right, yeah.
quite well.
But for the document you're talking about, how do we get that? Where is it?
If you literally Google the title, it's on the Fish and Wildlife Service's media website, as is their policy, which is an important piece with it. That being said, if you can't find it, send me an email and I'll send you the link.
Well, it is lunchtime. Thank you so much. You willing to stay 3 minutes? Okay. But we will, I guess, at 1:20, conference will be back in session.
Zoom recording? Okay, cool. So John Davis.
Yeah.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. Our first speaker is John Davis, and he's going to be talking about protecting native bees in Austin, Texas.
Can everybody hear me? All right, good. So my name is John Davis. I work for the city of Austin. I have a couple of different hats. I'm a wildlife biologist in the nature preserve system, but I'm also the Wildlife Austin coordinator. And so my work with native bees in Austin falls under mostly the Wildlife Austin coordinator position. Didn't.
Just press this.
Oh, do that. All right.
Just tap.
Left, right.
There we go. So basically what I want to talk about today is an educational effort that we went through, kind of a crash course, very quick educational effort when I came on board with the city of Austin to create a policy that protects native bees against exotic competitors. And so we'll talk a little bit about the background before I got hired into Austin. We're going to talk about the process and policy that we underwent very quickly. And then we'll look at some of the application of the policy and some of the future possible implications. But to begin, back in 2019, the city of Austin began the process to become a Bee City USA affiliate with the Xerces Society for Invertebrate Conservation. How many of you are familiar with that certification? Good. All right. So started that in 2019, started to try to gather up, partners and talk about, how city was going to do it, et cetera. And had been doing that for a couple of years. And then I retired from the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department in January of 2022, and I became a biologist within the Nature Preserve system and assumed the Wildlife Austin coordinator role. And that's when I got assigned very quickly to the Bee City effort because of that role. And one of the things that I learned very quickly is that there was a lot of European honeybee influence in the previous years in the run-up to become a Bee City affiliate. Because there was a lot of pressure to put European honeybee hives in community gardens, schools, and they were ramping up the effort to try to get honeybee hives in parks and preserves. So one of the things that I very quickly realized is that we needed to kind of develop a process and a policy to kind of address some of these issues specifically related to the European honeybee emphasis. So all the people who had been working on this before were not certified. They weren't like wildlife biologists. They may be nature educators. They might be beekeepers. Maybe they were park rangers. That's kind of the people that have been involved in this. And they were kind of on board, or they didn't really understand the full impact of European honeybees. So one of the first things I started doing is educating them about some of the facts. If you were in a presentation earlier today, so I actually put this in there because of you. I said, one of the things is these are exotic agricultural species. They're essentially the cows of the insects, right? If you think of them that way. There is no conservation need for the European honeybee. It is ubiquitous. It's being raised all across the globe, and it is impacting native species. Now, these are biological facts that I don't say in front of the public, right? I don't use the insect cow thing, I guess wording, phrasing, that doesn't work really well. So what I really started to realize very quickly is that we needed to tell the native bee story, right? We needed to talk about the fact that we had all of this diversity in the state of Texas. We have over 800 species of native bees in Texas, and they range from the large ones all the way over on the left to the really, really, really tiny ones that you would think are gnats, and they're bees, and they're the really small metallic sweat bees. And then we have beautiful ones like this sweat bee here, just really rich green. So there's so much of a great story to tell, but not just are they interesting and diverse and beautiful, but they're actually better pollinators. They're much more safe than European honeybees because most of our bees in Texas are ground dwelling. They're solitary. They don't have a hive to defend. They're very reluctant to sting. Some of them don't sting at all. And if they do sting, their venom composition is such that anaphylaxis risk goes down. So all of this other kind of stuff comes into effect when you talk about how safe these bees are. And then they are the ones that are in true need of conservation. But so we've also talked a lot about in sessions connecting that emotional connection between your audience and what you're trying to get people to understand. But that's not quite enough. I couldn't just get people to love the native bees. We had to kind of go a little bit further than that. So what I did is I began to just amass all of the research I could find as quickly as I could find on the impact of the European honeybee on our native populations in the US. There's a lot of work that's international, and I kept finding great papers, but I was like, that's in Germany or that's in Switzerland, or and I'm like, one of the first things our people in Texas are going to say is, but that ain't here, right? That's over there, it ain't here. And so anyway, I had to amass all this research. And then once I got that, I started creating products and messaging. I started creating presentations and things like that on the benefits of the natives. But in addition to that, the problem with the exotic species, not just the bees, but how the bees and exotic plants are interacting and the diseases that are being proliferated, et cetera. And then the key thing is there was a key network of individuals involved in this process that I began to work with and educate them. But specifically, there was messaging created for individual groups of people. For schools, because of the pressure to put honeybee hives on schools, I basically created a hit piece. It's called Native Solitary Bees, Kid-Friendly Bees for Schoolyards. And so what everybody knows, the message is the same. You package it differently according to your audience, right? So you don't lie, you package things differently. So this particular documentation, this publication or booklet for schools, when I met with our school liaison, I provided this document and I said, she said, we have a lot of requests for native beehives or for European beehives. And so then she would hand this out and help schools understand natives are the way to go. Because of all these reasons, there's no hive to defend, lower risk, they're less expensive, no specific equipment needed, they're better pollinators, they're personal pollinators. How far can a honeybee travel to get food? Who knows? 13 kilometers. Yeah. How far do the native bees typically travel? Yeah, less than a kilometer. They're your personal pollinators. When you plant something on the school and you got native bees, they're the ones doing the work. European honeybees are going off into the neighborhood, several miles away. So this message resonates. Better observation. You can be right next to the female as she's going in and out of the hole. She doesn't care. And so the kids can get right up next to them. So this really resonates. We created a message for community gardens. What do you think they're interested in? Pollination services. Who's the better pollinator? Native species. But you also see here, this is the honeybee hives right here, and they have this protective wall around it. Why? You have to keep people from getting stung. So they have all this space and all this investment and all this money when they could just be using native bees and not have to do any of that, right? So different messaging, different packaging, but same message is what I meant to say. And again, native bees are in need of conservation. The third leg to the stool was our partnerships program. We have staff that they are the primary liaison to all the community groups, and all the community groups that want to do work on our parks and preserves, they kind of funnel things up through them. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, but we educated them on how these exotic bees are impacting our native habitats. And they have a process, the Community Activated Park Projects, CAP, where there's a proposal period. People turn in all the things they want to do in our parks. And then there is a review team that I was on. And all these can be vegetation work, structure. It can be want to paint a building, want to put in a trail, etc. But some of them are related to wildlife. Now, with all of this happening, I went to my supervisor and he said, we need to create an internal policy for the preserves. Again, that's where I'm assigned for half of my job. And he said, on our preserves, we want to have a policy against man-made wildlife structures. Now, that may make some people have a little pushback, but we focused on native species and habitat. That's what the preserves are all about. So we specifically prohibited exotic species. In our policy, we wanted to go broader than bees and hives, and we included nest boxes, feeders, anything that's man-made. And we put that policy together, and then I shared it with all the folks that are involved in the CAP review team. And to my surprise, they were like, hey, this sounds really good. Why don't we make this broader? But if we do that, we're going to have some exemptions, right? So what we created were some exemptions for properties that are specifically related to agriculture, like a community garden, or properties that are specifically educational, like nature centers. Because if they want to have a bird box or something like that to teach the kids, that's great. So that would be awesome. So we created these exemptions for them. We also created an exemption if a structure addresses a true conservation need of a species of greatest conservation need as identified by the State Wildlife Agency. And then once that policy had the exemptions put in place and all that stuff was reworked, we sent it up to chain of command and it got approved. And then that was then going to be applied to our upcoming CAP review process. And it was just in time because in March of 2024, the city of Austin received its Bee City certification. Lots of media, right? So March of 2024, and then in March of 2022, sorry, and in April of 2022, just a couple of weeks after that, the CAP process opened. And you might imagine we got lots of proposals for beehives. Fortunately, we were prepared for that, but we were concerned, I was concerned, how would this policy fare, right? Because this was the big test. So this is how it rolled out. In April of 2022, the CAP proposal window closed. All the review team got together, and because of all the work that we have been doing over the last couple of months, everybody understood why we were doing what we were doing. And so we ended up denying all of the, thank you, all of the Beehive proposals, anything that had the man-made thing that, you know, that fit into the proposal. And we sent those denials out with an explanation of the policy. And guess what? We made some people mad. Pushback from the beekeeper groups, and they sent long, very wordy and not quite nice emails to us. But the really cool part of this is, because we had spent all the time educating those key people that are in those key points of contact, they all knew why, and so they were able to defend the policy. But here's what I think is the other cool thing that I really liked is they felt confident enough or comfortable with me that they basically sent all that feedback to me. I was kind of like their scapegoat, I would say. Maybe go-to is a better one, but they basically were like, hey, John, here is an email. And so what I did is I just said, okay, I'll respond to all that because we had all the research. So we responded with well-researched, well-cited responses and pointed people back to the bee city being specifically related to native species. And the pushback stopped. And I thought, well, it only stopped for now, right? Maybe it's going to come back. But what's happened since then has continued to kind of surprise me. So we do have some exemptions. We have the one educational hive in one of our nature centers. That's been there forever. It's kind of part of the thing. So, and it's really cool. Honeybees are cool, right? So we have a honeybee hive there. And there is one community garden hive that has that got grandfathered. But since then, it's been put into the CAP process explicitly, no hives. So so we're not going to get any more of those proposals. And hives are protected in our are prohibited in our preserves. And then other cases outside of the CAP process are going to be considered on a case-by-case basis. And let me give you an example of that, because we have a current challenge right now to the policy. In March of 2023, there was a proposal that came outside the CAP process from what I'm going to call a politically connected constituent. One of those people that when you get an email, that person is dropping names of, I'm really good friends with the mayor, and this city council member happens to be in my yacht club, whatever it happens to be. I mean, name dropping like crazy, and said, there is this park and I want it to become a beescape. And so again, immediately I got the email and we started talking about it. What does this mean? What does this mean? And so we're unclear if that individual wants to propose honeybee hives on city property, but in the proposal, as he's been talking to us, he very specifically mentioned there is a person who abuts that property that has honeybee hives. And so it brings an interesting new kind of concept of discussion for us right now. Our policies, I would love to have bee habitat in that park. I would love to have that. We're not going to have bee hives on the park because of the policy, but then it brings up the idea of, yeah, if we're doing that, but the honeybee hives are right there hosing up all the resources, what should we be talking about? So there are ongoing discussions. We have not broached this. We haven't broached this in the public, but we're considering these ideas of buffer distancing from parks and preserves. We're even considering changing perhaps the honeybee regulation overlay zones. We have titles in our policies for beekeeping in the city. And then we've even kind of talked about, not publicly, are there further implications for other species? Should there be buffers for various sanctioned colonies? I know we've had some feral cat discussions in here, but those are some of the ongoing future discussions of implications, and I'm told I'm supposed to wrap up. So I came on board. We really hit an educational effort with key people, with key messages, and it has so far stood the test of time. And I'm really kind of proud that we are able to protect our native bees. You have any?
Sure. The native bee hotel, man-made.
Yes, no, not allowed. And so that's a great question, because I'm on a journey, we've been talking about this, I'm on a journey myself of what do you do for native bees? And if you really follow the Xerces stuff, it's all about native habitat. And so the bee hotels are great for a purpose, like a birdhouse, right? They're great to educate people, but really in the long run, they can do more damage than good. And so, yeah, bee hotels not allowed. They would be a man-made structure. Great question, though. Is that it?
Yes. All right, our next speaker is Brett. Thank you, John. Speaker is Brett Johnson. He's going to be talking about wildlife biologist versus arborist, municipal properties.
All right, I recognize some of y'all from a previous presentation, but I'm going to go through here. My name is Brett Johnson. I'm the conservation manager for the Dallas Park Department. And real quick question, how many of y'all are certified wildlife biologists or hope to be certified wildlife biologists here in the near future? 2 of you? Seriously? Wildlife conference? There's 2 of you want to be wildlife? Okay. How many of y'all like trees? All right, how many of y'all already make recommendations related to trees in some manner? Okay, how many of you are arborists? Well, let's think about that for a second. You're working with the municipalities, making tree recommendations, and you're wildlife biologists, but not necessarily arborists. Okay, so just an FYI, I use this picture right here because it's just one of the things, as the conservation manager, I'm having to get ready to start dealing with emerald ash borer in the city of Dallas. Everything you see in yellow in this tree, in this photo, are ash trees. And that's a good chunk of our canopy, as you can see, and we will probably lose them in the next 3 to 5 years. So just food for thought. So start off a little bit of fun. This is actually one of our city parks. It's in a maintained area. That is an awesome looking wildlife tree, isn't it?
It works.
Yeah, man. And by the way, I can tell you right now, there is active nesting going on right here. It's a beautiful nest right above the water. What does the arborist side of me say? What does land manager owner side of me say? That's a major liability.
Over the water, I don't see how it's liable.
What if it bucks out?
Chances
What if
of
the-
that happening are tiny.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, our forester, who's our main track qualified and a master arborist, declared it's gonna have to come down probably as soon as nesting is over. So today I'm gonna go over parks, conservation, safety, and balancing green space. Just so y'all are aware, I need to update this. We're actually 1.6 residents. We cover parts of 5 counties. We cover 408 properties with an average of about 50 acres per property. Very high diversity of demographics across the city, and a very underrated ecological diversity, especially in our tree canopy. So when I talk about our biodiversity, I have to look at kind of to the northeast, we have our prairie areas. Then we have the Trinity River bottoms that run straight through the middle of the city. So we have a huge riparian zone right through the middle of the city. And to the southwest, we have the escarpment zone, which is actually more ecologically similar to the hill country than the rest of the city. Overarching everything tree related and wildlife related in the city of Dallas are 2 plans. The Dallas Comprehensive Environmental and Climate Action Plan that was passed in May of 2020, and the Urban Forest Master Plan that passed in 2021. Anytime we get into tree matters, we have to talk to all of our stakeholders. This includes elected officials, the media, special interest tree groups, park board members, the fun of Facebook and Nextdoor. Do you think that's an interesting challenge? Because they all have opinions on what we should do. Our own park planning and design. Do you think when they start planning for parks and developing parks, is it popular to try to save as many trees as possible? It sounds good on paper, but it's amazing when you have to deal with the tree protections. Citizen foresters, master naturalists also get involved. Just in the last 2 years, these are some fun quotes that I've had to deal with. If you touch that tree, I'm going to sue you. Looking at the exact same tree, if you don't cut down that tree, I'm going to sue you. And they're standing about 10 feet apart. I can't touch the tree for 4 months because there's bald eagles up in the tree. By the way, that was costing us $1.1 million on a trail construction project. It doesn't matter that it's invasive. It's pretty, and my grandmother loved it. That was a fun one. I can't believe you planted that here. It's not native to the specific eagle region. Yeah, that was a concerned citizen actually talking about the grandmother's tree. And when I say no comment, economic development trump trees. We'll just say that was an extremely high-ranking city official who was actually pushing for the tree master plan. But just some things to keep in mind. Use the media to your advantage. Don't be afraid of them. Actually, the person I learned about that from was John Davis that just did his previous presentation. He and I were office mates for about 4 years. But also, keep no secrets, but give no details. We'll get more into that here in just a second. Let's talk about those conservation challenges and opportunities. All I can say is preserve what you got. Fight for the trees that are already in place, because once you lose them, it's hard to truly mitigate them back into place. And I can't tell you how many times that fight is something I have to put up all the time. Oh, we'll just take out the trees and we'll pay into the mitigation fund. I'll just be blunt, that mitigation fund has an act for getting bigger and bigger. I'm sorry, planting 25 little 2-inch trees does not account for that big tree you took down. Get an inventory in place, and in the fall of spells, fight to get your natural resource staff involved in the planning process early. But in the end, when you're working these municipalities, as a biologist, as an arborist, you have to be prepared. You are going to lose trees, period. So you have to have that plan in place. How are you going to mitigate for them? We do that in Dallas, a bunch of training that actually started with some ideas that we picked up at the 2017 Urban Wildlife Conference in San Diego. And some of the things we picked up is currently all of our park staff go through a nature and conservation awareness training. Currently, they're all going through emerald ash borer training so they can potentially spot the damage from the insect. Crew leaders and hire all go through a 45-minute training on urban forestry. And the way this gets lined out is all park staff go through at least 15 to 30-minute training. And then in specific high-profile, either ecologically sensitive areas or politically sensitive areas or historically significant areas, they have to go through additional training that's upwards of about 45 minutes to an hour and a half. Which is really to go over, are there nesting issues? Are there other wildlife concerns? Are you cutting in a riparian or a wetland area? You have to be certified and go through our training before you can do that. And the last levels of training that we put on there is an urban biologist that is certified as an arborist. That would be me. I just hired a second biologist 2 weeks ago, and that was his primary certification we were looking for, was honestly him being an arborist. And additionally to that, we work with our planning and design staff to work on our tree ordinance and tree protection training. I'm not going to really get, I don't think I really have to go a whole lot in invasive species management for this group. Y'all understand the importance of invasive species management, the fact that it can dramatically change the forest dynamics within your parks, creates a fire hazard. But I'm going to tell you right now, it takes a lot of stakeholder engagement when you get into something like where you've got big, thick privet stands, and suddenly the neighborhood decides, oh, that's beautiful wildlife habitat, when it's really not beautiful wildlife habitat. But they love to go to the media. But speaking of privet, here we are, and some of our teenagers working for our rec centers that are out doing their conservation workday. And so they're out clearing privet, and then my staff will come back in and treat the stumps later. Let's talk about some bird nesting issues, especially bald eagles. Now, y'all should know all the legal implications of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and the Bald and Golden Eagle Act. But again, earlier I mentioned that we have our staff that are trained to watch for these nesting issues. It's also a good opportunity to start building up your media and outreach efforts. And if I can't say this enough, get to know your state and federal biologist really well. Because when you decide to have a bald eagle that decides to nest in a really odd location, it can turn into a nice little fiasco. October of 2022, we had a pair of eagles decided to nest in quite possibly the worst location ever for a bald eagle. The street that's running over there is technically a state highway. They set up their nest about 75 feet off of the state highway. That's directly across the road from, depending on the day, it's as busy, if not busier than Central Park. And so lots of issues went into this place. And then in February of 2022, that nest fell. And we had everything from helicopters flying around to people trying to run across the road to save the eggs. People literally asking me if we could try to glue the egg back together. So yeah. Snags, I'm gonna kind of skip over, but you know, there's a lot we work hard to keep our parks for biodiversity, but we do have to acknowledge, especially if you're in drier country, that yes, snags can contribute to being a fire hazard. But can you find a happy medium where you can provide them as a habitat component while mitigating for fire concerns? And in my case, I got a lot of people, I get a lot of special interest groups that go, hey, look at those big open areas. That's my Blackland Prairie remnant. By the way, that circle there is specifically a globally rare plant community that makes about 2.3 acres. It's an eastern gillguy gamagrass community. And I have people every year that want to plant trees there. Quickly on safety, we work on our certifications of training, inspections, and preventative maintenance, aka proper pruning. But as you can see that tree there, we actually monitored that for as a snag for over 2 years before we removed it. But quickly, I wanted to wrap up by showing you just how quickly an issue becomes very political and the dynamics change very quickly. So we were working with the Office of Homeless Solutions on removing a homeless encampment. I happened to come by and notice they were picking up a bunch of tree limbs at the same time. And when I got out and started talking, we discovered there were 12 trees that were over 100 years old that we had 3 arborists on site that we all decided that they were an imminent risk of failure. I need everybody to note that shadow. Notice that was on 7/23. I was looking around and I happened to notice, I was like, huh, that's an interesting looking tree. Everybody notice that fork crack going up the side of it? That was the following Monday morning. Had we not dealt with the homeless encampment, had we not been working on these trees, we very well could have had a fatality. That's why we have to be very careful when we're making our tree assessments and our recommendations, because people's lives can literally be at stake. We have had 3 close calls in the last year, because again, we're a big parks department, but I have to take it very seriously on our tree recommendations. So again, wrapping up, we've been doing our ash inventory. My new biologist is right now out continuing our ash inventory in our parks. Right now, we are just over 1,000 ash trees in the last 6 months. Here's a fun one. This isn't the same tree, but it's the same park. Real quick, what do y'all think about that tree on the left?
It's an overhanging limbs.
And it's got some overhanging limbs. By the way, it's leaning towards a maintained portion of the park. And you've got almost 80% of the weight of that tree is all leaning to one side and off one focal point. That tree is ready to fail. What about the one on the right?
Good bald eagle snag.
That's just, well, that's just it. That's actually one we're monitoring because we do actually get a lot of raptors that like to hang out in it. It's currently, it's not really dropping any limbs yet, but it is one of those we are monitoring. Last but not least, yeah, wrap up. We do plant about 600 trees a year through our branching out program. These are all the factors we have to consider just to plant trees. You know, we're looking at the heat island effect, but one of the big one is currently we do look at the tree equity. We use the American Forest tree mapping system for our tree equity scores. And in 2002 or in 2022, we had our first planting specific to emerald ash borer and responding to it. But we also have to balance looking at our old park versus our new parks on where we can actually put it. There's one thing we do have to, can we just summarily plant trees in all open spaces just to deal with heat island? It's great. What happens if we just planted trees in the only place for active recreation in the area? Those are the three areas or the 4 areas we covered, and that's it.
Any questions? You have some time? Comments?
Liability.
Yep.
So I know that in other cases, liability has come from the response time rather than the presence of risk. So like the parks.
Here is the challenge with that. And I need everybody to understand. That's one reason I was asking about people being an arborist. Me being a certified arborist, the day you and I went out there, the instant myself, the forester, and that district manager or supervisor was standing there, when all 3 of us would look at those 3 trees and we're like, ooh, especially the one that was leaning towards the road and the one that was leaning towards the bleachers. The instant we did that level 1 assessment, the 3 of us have not just a state, we have a personal liability with those trees at that point. So, yeah.
Yeah, I have a question regarding bald eagles. So that nest that you showed, the reason it failed, was it due to structural failure? Or
It actually about a month before it failed, like I said, me and the forester were monitoring it weekly. And we were looking at it with a sliding scope about a week. I think it was about a month before it failed. We were looking at it, and the crotch that was right below it didn't look real secure. And sure enough, when it got hit by 80-mile-an-hour straight line wind, or 85-mile-an-hour straight line wind, blew it out. And I said at times that we had over 30 people directly across the road watching it, and literally tried to panic and run across the road from signal. So, lots of media contacts.
John?
Yeah, so you're gonna cover in Sydney?
Yeah.
When you have a tree that dies.
Yep.
Do you go through a matrix of like, this is the species, we know typically this species will be stable for X number of years?
And that's the reason why it's important to have the arborist to look at, because that's one of the big things we look at is the species. Because say it's a cottonwood, you may have a cottonwood that may actually still be green that we're actually very concerned about. Whereas we may have a bodark out there, it may have been dead 20 years and it may still be there when we're gone. So yeah, there's a whole matrix of all that we have to go through. There's a whole risk assessment. And before any tree comes down, if it was not already declared a dead tree, it has to have a whole ISA report done on it before it's removed.
And if you do notice like a woodpecker cavity or something like that.
So what happens then, and I'm glad you asked that question, is what we do is I work with the forester at that point. And like I said, it's one, just so that when I keep mentioning we have a master arborist, is keep in mind when you're dealing with the levels, but only 2% of arborists are a master arborist. And he's also tree risk assessment qualified. He will look at the tree and go, okay, yes, we have nesting going on, but he will be the one that makes the call of, hey, is this immediate, or can we go ahead and hold out until mid-November when we get past our main nesting season? And generally speaking, if we catch it early, usually we can.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I will be your next speaker. My name is Judith Green. I'm going to be talking about the Texas Wildlife Program partnering with an urban corporation to maintain their Wildlife Habitat Council Conservation Certification. And I'm going to time myself because I believe our person had to. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and start it anyway, just to make sure. I'll see how complicated I can make this for myself. So anyway, one of the reasons I want to keep this screen up just for a second is because there are three images on the bottom of my screen. And as an urban wildlife biologist in San Antonio, I oftentimes try to highlight with every talk that I give, regardless of the subject matter, some of the partners that I partner with locally in the San Antonio area. And the first one is Nature Rocks, Texas. It's with Texas Children in Nature. So obviously connecting families to nature is crucial and very important. And so oftentimes I want to make sure that our audiences know about this kind of one-stop shop, if you will. So if you ever come to Texas, to any of our states, check out this website and you can kind of find out what kinds of fun things there are to do potentially related to nature. The center is the Mayor's Monarch Challenge, and that was something that San Antonio essentially got certified in 2015 and still has maintained it with our Mayor Nurnberg. And so he still works with us. And it was one of the first opportunities I had as an urban biologist to actually infiltrate the mayor's office. And I'd been there already 25 years at the time. So again, I had tried many times, but that was one of the few times when San Antonio Parks and Rec, they were all on board with working with us because there were a lot of different nonprofit organizations as well as other agencies that were partnering with this National Wildlife Federation's effort to kind of get mayors to focus on monarchs, which are beautiful butterflies that everyone can easily be sold on. So it was kind of our key species that was an easy sell. Previously, we tried to do bees, like John talked about, and again, the knowledge just isn't there that our native bees aren't a threat, but a lot of people associate bees, especially, what was it, the killer bees from the 90s that travel through, they essentially feared bees in most cases. So of course, it was important to provide that education about our native bees and our native pollinators. And then, of course, Bird City, Texas is another program that we recently acquired about in the last 2 years. That is with Audubon, Texas, and Texas Parks and Wildlife is also a partner in that effort within the state. So again, these are great opportunities to essentially partner with various entities and kind of get the public on your side and join the effort. The one thing that oftentimes is hard as an urban biologist, though, is actually getting corporations to join the effort. And many of you may not be aware, but in the state of Texas, about 97% of the state is privately owned. And so oftentimes we really need to get on board with the landowner in order, especially if they have a larger tract of land, in order to really get them to kind of manage their property in a manner that is in keeping with, benefiting our local wildlife species. So anytime we get a corporation that is coming and saying, hey, we want to do good things on our land, we jump on board. And it wasn't until I met Nikki Tanzer with Toyota, who just really invited me to come and do some educational outreach about various wildlife species to the staff there. They have about, I believe, I want to say about 3,000 employees, I believe, on their campus, their business campus. And of course, they had acquired close to 3,000 acres, not quite, but 678 of that they donated to the city when they acquired it. And you can kind of see the property outlined. The blue represents waterways. So there's Leon Creek on the north side, Medina River on the south side, and we have a highway known as Applewhite Drive on the west side. And you'll see 2 stars there. Those 2 stars represent essentially the top one is the Texas Horned Lizard Project, which I'll be talking about. And then the one on the bottom is just a basic demonstration garden that they incorporated on their property right next to their visitor center that receives 20,000 visitors every year. So it was a great opportunity to essentially highlight native plants because they were asking me to do the design. So I was going to definitely make sure that we had natives incorporated throughout that particular project. So as I met Nikki, that was when I was kind of introduced, because the reason she was doing some of the basic outreach was because she was part of the Wildlife Habitat Council. And apparently they provide a certification program to a variety of different businesses. I had never heard of it in 20 some years, never encountered this. And so I was intrigued because, again, as I mentioned earlier, there were various different other programs
that allowed me to essentially provide that opportunity to engage the audiences I was working with. And so now I had what I thought was kind of a cool new opportunity to possibly work with other businesses. The nice thing about the Wildlife Habitat Council is that they do integrate, or they do have various companies that they work with, from oil and gas to pharma and biotech, waste management. So a lot of these businesses have situations, they have obviously, in many cases, large tracts of land. They sometimes even have situations where they really don't, they have to deal with kind of the aftermath of what their business is all about. So they sometimes do have that ability to conserve their property in a manner that is still very beneficial to wildlife, but Wildlife Habitat Council has been doing this for 30 years. They have experts on board. They know how to deal with a lot of these different companies that have these, if you will, aftermath products that they may have to contend with. And it allows them to still do good management, good conservation, and they have these experts to their, essentially to their availability. And so working with Texas, or with Toyota, one of the things that I think was really beneficial was, again, as I started with them, we essentially did very simple things, but one of their biggest projects that they kind of started with me back in 2018 was to put in a demonstration garden next to the visitor center, as I indicated earlier, and I already highlighted that. And then the next project that they did was the native plant restoration project for a future home for the Texas horned lizard. And this one was a much bigger project. And I was very grateful that they were wanting to do something this big, because historically this front west end, if you will, and I apologize, I thought I had an image of it, but I guess it's maybe in the next slide. There it is. You can see on the far left there, and that is north. So this is the far west. There's Applewhite on the far left. So there are 3 phases for this particular project. Phase 1 is the one that we're currently in. And so what they did was they took this Bermuda field, because this property was predominantly farmland, ranch land, when they acquired it, except for, of course, all the hardwood that you see back here. This is part of their property as well. So they decided to convert that Bermuda grass. And one of my first visits there, when I was just doing the regular outreach, I did notice they had a lot of harvester ant mounds throughout this Bermuda field and throughout the kind of the west side of the property. And I thought, wow, do y'all have horned lizards here? And they're like, no. And so, of course, because they mowed it frequently, that is not conducive for Texas horned lizards. They do need to have some cover, and they do like to have mottes, if you will. So having just the open Bermuda space is just kind of, it's not going to happen, despite the fact that the harvester ants were there. So that was one of the projects that they decided to go ahead and move forward with, again, in conjunction with trying to maintain this Wildlife Habitat Council certification. And so, and they worked with a local wildlife biologist, as well as with the San Antonio Zoo here in, but there in San Antonio, the zoo does have a Texas horned lizard breeding program in place. And so they are looking for sites oftentimes for areas to put these horned lizards. And so this area is not ready for it. However, with the help of some of our local biologists, regulatory biologists, we came up with the plant list, and Toyota was able to actually acquire a lot of these shrubs and plantings off of the hardwood area, or in the back part of their property. So they went out, dug up a lot of the plants and moved them to the front west side, which is kind of the front entrance, if you will. And so the logo design was kind of something that I had done for their, it was kind of accidental. It kind of looked like their logo, and they were thrilled about it from an aerial standpoint. It was just by chance. I didn't do it intentionally. And so when we had the bigger project, they're like, could you do the logo? And I'm like, sure, I'll do the logo if that helps us along. So yes, and so they wanted to have it essentially as a walking path for staff, as well as they do have a lot of tours on site. So it would be another opportunity to engage the community, to allow them as well to come see horned lizard if and when this does happen. And then, of course, it was also a maintenance lane, so it serves that purpose, so they can get to these various mottes, maintain them, incorporate more if they need them, and then also use it as a fire break if there is going to be any prescribed burning in this area. Again, this is phase 1, so it's 30 acres of 100 acres of Bermuda grass field, on the west side. And then this just kind of, you can kind of see where they initially, that was again Bermuda grass on the image on the left. They started their Toyota design. And then that was the first tree planted there. And this all happened in 2021, in March of 2021. And I was amazed. The lady who was in charge of this, she did this in less than 2 months. She relocated 400 plants in that 30-acre area. And thankfully, we had a very wet year. And so ultimately, a lot of these plants didn't have to get hand watered. And so that was a thrill. But then the following year, we had kind of a cold weather spell. So we lost a few of the plants. So again, just some images. And of course, when we came out to look at the property, we were just like, what? We couldn't believe everything that she had essentially planted already and relocated. And of course, they also had native plant group in Kingsville that incorporated and seeded out. And of course, they did the herbicide applications for them. They hired them. And so, let's see, did I miss something? No. And so the other thing I just wanted to mention about Toyota is they are very environmentally sound business. And so they themselves try to encourage environmental efforts all the time. So it was an easy fit to go with the Wildlife Habitat Council and also incorporate that. In addition, they also were counted towards our Monarch Challenge, Mayor's Monarch Challenge, and they also count towards our Bird City, Texas Challenge in San Antonio because of their efforts that they're doing there. So we are very pleased to definitely be partnering with them. And I just wanted to share this information with you because I know oftentimes we do have that opportunity to work with different corporations and businesses. And so I would hope that you would maybe also just inform them about this opportunity if indeed they have certain situations where they might be interested in doing large scale conservation. There are a variety of different resources available to them through that. And that is the end of mine. And I don't know how much time I have. Let's see, I still have a little bit. Okay, so are there any questions? And it was kind of fast and furious, yes.
Why did they rip the plants out of the woods?
Well, the back part of the property was inundated with a lot of the similar species. So they didn't rip a lot of them. Well, I mean, they kind of were selected. They were kind of selected. They didn't, but it was very dense. And so there was a repeat of a lot of the same plants. And so we felt it was fine to relocate, like they had white brush and Texas persimmon, which they're almost like a native invasive slightly. So we were just trying to relocate some plants that we knew would do well on site and therefore would also provide that shrubby cover that those horned lizards need. Yes.
From your experience, which partnership do you value most specifically partner with the corporates or business or with the mayor related government?
Oh gosh, that's a tough question. I both. If you can get them, I'm thrilled either way. With the city, of course, you're talking about San Antonio Parks and Rec. If they can get on board, like your Parks and Rec people, obviously, and as John can contend to back there, if they're in that mindset to do good things on a lot of the city parks, that's oftentimes where a lot of our urbanites live, and so they have that firsthand experience. To have that opportunity to see what a natural space should be like instead of just having large canopy trees and Bermuda grass beneath it. So if you can make that change to that conversion where you add more diversity and more native plants, that just really means that a lot of your young people and your adults have that opportunity to really experience nature a little bit more closely to where they live every day versus, Toyota. Not everybody goes to Toyota on a regular basis, but that doesn't mean that what they're essentially doing for conservation, it benefits wildlife directly, but not maybe people as much because a person might only go to Toyota once a year, if that, if they live there. So, but their garden is open to the public. And I didn't mention this, but we do have our City Nature Challenge BioBlitzes now every year there. So it's been a real success to do that. And we do it in the pollinator garden and in the horned lizard project area as well. I think you had your hand back up there. Yes, sir.
So this is, I think, maybe it can be a tough question, but like this sounds like an awesome project, really cool, with really like obvious benefits. But as somebody with knowledge and the ability to like help and set these things up, how do you assess a project and be like, okay, this is actually beneficial or this is greenwash? And I mean, the vision is really important because we get the opportunity to do a good, and we should obviously take that. But like, how do you assess a project and say like, okay, this sounds more like greenwashing than it is actually going to do something good for the environment?
So in this case with Toyota, I mean, again, as I mentioned, and that's why I kind of highlighted, they themselves are very environmentally minded. And so therefore, I think, they came to us repeatedly. They've been coming to me for the last decade. We want your help. Can you help us with this project, with that project? And I didn't even list all the other things. They've done feral hog management. They are dealing with grackle situations. I'm trying to think, they have a loggerhead shrike survey that they're starting. So they're actively doing things. And and when you said, what did you call it? I've never heard that term. Is that kind of like where they're just kind of,
It's just like, okay, we're going, we need to fucking follow,
yes.
but we're
And you're
gonna-
right. You're right.
Free
It's
group art,
right. Yes.
you know, we got this
right.
fucking
But they're definitely making, and they're putting money where their actions are too. So they're investing a lot of time and money. So I mean, if they're willing to do that, I'm willing to give my time, because that's what I'm here for. I mean, as an urban wildlife biologist, I'm there to assist whoever knocks on my door. And so I always try, but I've got experience behind my belt. I kind of know when it's kind of like, this isn't going to work, people, I mean, I say it nicely, but I kind of like say, well, I try to redirect when I can. Yes, sir.
So Judith, this might not be a number that they tell you, but do you have any idea if you had to ballpark how much money that they have spent on this project?
Wow. I did not ask that question. I apologize. That's something they probably would have shared with me. But I don't know it off the top of my head. But I will tell you, like, even just the volunteer garden that they do, they have staff that maintain it. It's not the local master naturalist program that does it. So it does cost just it's not a lot, but but also obviously the Horned Lizard Project, paying someone to seed and herbicide can be hard. So I think, let's see, what time are we at? Is it 2:20?
I got 4 more minutes.
Oh, 4 more minutes. Wow. Okay, I guess.
Judith, have you thought about, you have a lot of Air Force. There's
Military.
Blackland, who are involved, others, city has Parks and Wildlife thought of approaching the feds? I know it's a completely different thing.
And we've worked with, some of the military bases, they have their own biologists usually assigned. And so we've worked with them. Right now we're working with, I'm part of the Camp Bullis Sentinel Landscape, which is kind of, we're like the 11th in the nation that has acquired this status in the last year. So we have, oh my gosh, I want to say maybe 50 partners. Some are state, some are out of state. Essentially, we're focused on trying to look at, again, for those that may not be familiar with San Antonio, there is one area, Camp Bullis, that primarily focuses on doing a lot of the military, what would you call it? Military, I'm sorry, I'm getting a brain freeze here, where you have like a lot of training, on the ground training, I'm sorry. And so it's a very important post where all the bases use for their incoming trainees, if you will. And so we're trying to protect that area around it because it's becoming heavily developed. And so we're now looking at trying to acquire more and more, and the north side of San Antonio anyway has just exploded in development. So we're trying to look at working with existing landowners, some of which are larger, again, to do good conservation work, but also to kind of minimize and to discourage, I guess, more development from happening, them selling their property. So working with landowners in the area in various ways, but also doing conservation around Camp Bullis. Any other questions? Yes.
So the lizards are not there yet. It's
No,
at the
no.
beginning of phase 1 or something.
Yes, this is just phase 1 of 3.
And
And
how long will that take?
well, they would be done in 3 years. So, and it's been about, but we had the pandemic, so that was kind of to our, but, realistically, I would say, I mean, they've already started herbiciding the phase 2, I believe. So they might start planting this year, late this year, this fall, maybe. So, we could potentially have some wildflowers and forbs by then. And yes, ma'am.
Qualified as like an urban corporation that is something they'd be interested in, or like doing community development, like developing communities and that, but putting initiatives in place that.
Are you talking about with the urban wildlife?
Yeah.
Yes, they do partner with more than just businesses. And I think I had it up there, but it was kind of, for some reason it was on automatic roll. I don't know why I did that. So I apologize. But there are a variety of different organizations that they work with. They work with state as well, state and state agencies. So
But yes, anyone, there is a fee, I will say that, it depends on how much income comes. What your business makes, depending on, and then of course what your entity is. As to the fees, but it is, you do get a lot of expert and resources given to you as well, so. And of course, you get the certification, which acknowledges the work that you do, which is important for a lot of businesses to the public eye. And they also want to show, and they actually actively have them give back to the community. So that's part of the certification. You have to act, and that's one of the reasons Nikki keeps inviting me back. I need you out here. Can you help me do this and this? I want to engage our community. I want them to know that we're here to help them. So, I'm kind of that connection for her. All right, well, thank you so much. Oh, that's my time. Okay, so let's see. No, I'm sorry. Okay. Next down again. Where's your presentation? That one. And Dan Herrera is our next speaker on legacy effects of urban park planning and avian diversity.
Thank you. So when you think of the urban bird, you probably think of the pigeon. And as one of the most visible birds in the city, you'd be justified in doing so. But why do pigeons do so well in cities? Why aren't other cities or other species just as successful? In other words, what makes an urban bird? Now, research has held that some traits enable some species to do better in urban areas than others. For example, increased dispersal ability is thought to increase a species' ability to live in the city. Likewise, increased dietary depth is also thought to contribute to urban success. But this trait-centric approach ignores half the picture because the traits themselves don't dictate how successful a species is. Rather, it's the relationship between the trait and the landscape, that interaction between those two, that accommodates or filters out some species. So in other words, environmental features come together to create a very specific filter that allows some species to do quite well in, and they're able to persist in that filter, but other species are excluded from those areas altogether. And that's specifically the way that we craft our cities and make these filters to allow some species in and some are not. Now, traditionally, the landscape would change in a fairly predictable way through ecological success. And as the landscape changed, so too with the niches and resources available to birds. In other words, we could reasonably predict how the bird community would succession played out. But the problem is in urban areas to a large part. So whether we realize it or not, humans create location-specific filters for species through unique patterns of development and land use. And the question then becomes, how can we create cities that filter out as few species as possible? How can we make filters, or these filters, though they don't form overnight, so similar to natural succession, they're also driven by what happened in years prior, right? So they have a legacy effect. Which is all to say, historic planning and historic land use legacies may drive modern species assemblages in cities. And so to look into this, I took a look at 3 different cities, Washington, D.C., where we're sitting today, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So all 3 cities are at least 120 years old. They're all mid-sized American cities. They have at least one river. They're not on a coast or bay. And they all experience seasonality to some degree. And then very importantly, they all have historic bird surveys going back to at least the year 1900. And so we have 120 years worth of bird data within these cities that can help us understand kind of how, as a city changes, the birds do too. So to bring you up to speed on the events that led to the park systems in these 3 cities today, I'm going to do a brief historic dive, and I promise I won't spend too much time on this. But prior to the cities as we know them today, permanent indigenous cities or settlements existed within the modern borders of all 3 cities. These populations were forcefully removed, and the urban infrastructure was largely ignored as we created the cities that we know today. Uniform street grids became the planned by the early 1800s, but when those grids met a non-orthogonal feature like a meandering river or stream, it makes kind of a weird parcel, kind of a triangle that then developers often don't really know what to do with. In Washington, that was actually planned very purposefully, and all of those triangles were set aside to be park space. And so the city is covered in these tiny little parks. Perhaps you've seen some as you've walked around getting lunch. Minneapolis and Pittsburgh, despite the strange shape that those parcels make, developed them anyways. And so they did not set those aside for park space. In the Reconstruction era and following that, the Great Migration really increased the urban population density in many cities. And they became quickly overcrowded and people started to, so urban planners responded by introducing really large pasture-like bucolic parks. And so that was a way for people to kind of reconnect with their romanticized idea of what it meant to be rural. But in the early 1900s, we shifted away from these large parks, in large part because there's only so many you can put a big park, and only so many people can access that. And so try to increase that equity, we're putting smaller parks all throughout the city, and it was thought that that would increase civic participation. As a product, cities tended to be more dotted with parks. And then we started to really lean into greenways. Now, this wasn't for animals' benefit, this wasn't for plants' benefit, this was for human benefit. Actually, it wasn't until the 1960s and 1970s that park planners started explicitly incorporating ecological considerations into park planning. And so with all those little combinations of local and national trends, at least 3 very different park systems in these cities today. On the far left here is DC. You see we do have a number of large parks with several small parks in between. Minneapolis really leaned into that greenway system. So we have a very linear park system that kind of circles the city. And then Pittsburgh has several large parks, but not a whole lot in between. And there's also not a lot of connectivity between those parks. So this is what the parks look like, but we want to understand how birds respond to such different park systems. And so we're doing that in order to build better park systems going forward. So to do that, we looked at several metrics. Functional richness and diversity were calculated using a multidimensional diversity index, which is interpreted the same way as a traditional diversity index would be, but this approach overcomes the need to arbitrarily assign functional groups to species. We can use continual traits here, or continuous traits rather than binning them. Species functional groups were assigned based on the same trait values, and we also used those. That's down here. I skipped ahead. Apologies for that. And we used that to try to understand how specific traits interacted with aspects of the environment. Richness was, as you would expect, just the number of species in a survey. We used Shannon's diversity index on species for species diversity, and then talk about the function itself. For traits, we got them from the Elton traits data set as well as the bird behavior data set. And then we ran separate models for each of these different indexes, but I'm going to refer to them simply as Y in the coming slides. So as we built our model, we're predicting Y, and we are getting data from that as well as survey effort from the Christmas bird count. So the Christmas bird count is an annual citizen science project here in the US, in which residents simply go outside in the week or 2 before Christmas, and they record what species are there. They also record how long they spent looking for them. And so we truncated those or combined those into 5-year periods. So we weren't doing by year, we put them into 5-year periods. As a proxy to try to understand what was going on in the cities outside of the parks during these times, we pulled historic census records to calculate population density in the cities across those time periods. And we also pulled historic weather data to understand to account for the mean winter temperature in each city during each survey period. We also included survey year as a variable, and this accounts for the passing of time for a couple reasons. One, if you plant a tree today, it's not going to be ready tomorrow, right? It takes time for that tree to mature. So a park system that we put in place this year, maybe it'll take 20 years before that has some really notable benefits. The other thing is there are things that happen in time independent from the city structure. Think about environmental legislation that bans certain chemicals or things like that. And so as time progresses, we might expect to see certain trends that we wouldn't be accounting for just with the park systems alone. And then finally, we included a random intercept on each city, basically because we are acknowledging that each city is ecologically unique, and it's going to start with a different species pool to pull from. And so we don't want to have them all based off the same intercept. So we've discussed the data for all the background variables, but what about our primary focus? The most important thing we're looking at, the park systems. I have to say that was not as easy to obtain as pulling historic data. To know what the park systems looked like over the years, I needed a map of each city for every 5-year period from 1900 to today. And that took about 3 years of scouring online repositories, begging research librarians to scan maps and email them to me during lockdown. And when pandemic restrictions opened, actually traveling to different archives and spending days in the basement looking through these old maps. But once I got my hand on a map, I would import it into ArcGIS, and then I would manually trace each park system. So that included green spaces, parks, cemeteries, and eventually golf courses when they were introduced. So then I do want to say that I excluded military installations as well as university campuses because those are not necessarily mapped consistently across time. So it wasn't something that we wanted to include in this. A couple other caveats are that parks that were adjacent to each other but bisected by a road were drawn as if the road wasn't there. Again, the reason being not every cartographer actually depicts the street width. And so I didn't want to be guessing at how wide these streets were and making arbitrary decisions. And then likewise, building footprints were ignored. So think of the Lincoln Memorial and the National Mall. These maps just show that that's park space, continuous park space, because not every cartographer actually puts the real building footprint in place. And so this does represent some limitations. The fact that our data are at the mercy of these cartographers' level of detail and perhaps their interpretation of what green space is. But still, this is the best way and really the only way we could think of to be able to characterize 120 years of change across these park systems. So once we had the polygons, we converted them into rasters and then used the landscape metrics package to calculate various metrics to describe the park system. Percent park is just the proportion of the city comprised by each park. Edge interior ratio describes the shape of parks. Larger numbers indicate a more convoluted shape. And then we had 3 different variables that we tried to explain connectivity with. However, the nearest park and mesh size were highly correlated with each other and with other variables, so they were dropped. That left the clumpiness index, which is interpreted as higher values indicating a greater degree of park clustering. So that leaves us with our final model, which was fit in a Bayesian framework. Each parameter had 4 MCMC chains that were 500,000 iterations each after a 250,000 iteration burn-in period. All priors were vague with means of 0 and standard deviations of 1,000. And upon converging, model diagnostics were checked to make sure we had adequate model fit. So diving into the results, we see that the cities had 3 different kind of park systems emerge. Something to note here, the darker colors are older parks, and as the color gets lighter, that park is newer. DC had a pretty continuous progression of its park system, whereas Minneapolis and Pittsburgh, you kind of see dark colors and light colors and not much in between. So kind of 2 big pushes in their park system. And we do see that when we look at this graph on the far left, we have time on the x-axis and percent park area on the y. We see that DC does kind of increase kind of faster than the others. And then Pittsburgh especially has this jump at the end where it really increases around the year 2000. Looking at the clumpiness index, which is in the middle there, so that's the connectivity, we saw that all 3 cities did decline in clumpiness. Technically, the reason for that is because as you add parks to the system, they're going to inherently have a further distance apart because we're adding a new park with each time. So this is maybe not the best metric for connectivity, but those others were really, really correlated and we weren't able to use those in our models. So we had to stick with this one. And then edge interior ratio, describing the shape, we see that all 3 cities end up having more convoluted shapes of their parkways as time goes on. And we think that this is probably a product of embracing greenways. And so those tend to have a higher edge interior ratio. And so we see that increase with time. So we're going to look at the model results here. We have species richness on top and functional richness on bottom. However, the only non-zero or significant parameters that came out of this was for species richness, and it was with park area. So we have area on the x-axis, richness on the y. What you might expect, species area relationship. So as we have more park space, we also have greater species richness. Looking at the diversity indices, so here we have species diversity on this top row, and then functional diversity on the bottom row. And again, clumpiness and edge interior ratio didn't come out as significant, but park area did, but it gave us some kind of contradictive findings. So we said that as park area increases, species diversity decreases, but functional diversity increases. And so this confused us a little bit. And so we decided to look a little bit closer at our data here. So this is a little confusing. On time we have, or on the x-axis we have time, and then each color here is a different species, the proportion it takes up in that year's survey. So this is one bird species, this slightly darker color is another, that's another. And across the top, we have the Shannon Diversity Index value for that particular survey. I want to draw your attention to 3 surveys in particular that have very, very similar Shannon's Diversity Index, but very different species compositions. And so perhaps this is because although the number of species is increasing with increased park space, the number of individuals within each species is highly variable. So particularly in cases where the addition of rare species increases richness, But because they're so rare, it's not actually going to help our diversity. So we see these kind of opposite trends in the data. So this prompted our analysis of particular functional groups rather than merely of the diversity indices. And we did this for all 5 of those functional groups, but we don't have time to go through them all. So I'm just going to hit a few highlights here. So this is for foraging breadth, and we can see that park space is really the predominant driver here. We don't have huge effects, again, with clumpiness or park shape, but we do see park area, a big decline, especially for generalist species. The specialist species have the largest effect, but because there are so few of them to begin with, the intercept is so low, we don't visually see that change. I also want to note that I did plot the credible intervals in here. They are so small that you can't see them. I'm not trying to get away without showing you any uncertainty in these plots. Similar story for dispersal abilities. We don't see a huge effect with edge interior ratio or clumpiness, but we do with park area. And then body mass as well. Kind of strangely, we have a positive effect of park area on the average bird, but we don't have a huge effect on large birds. We actually have a negative effect on large birds. So kind of interesting results there. So tying it all together, the conclusions are pretty straightforward and largely what you might expect. Really, as cities increase park space, we end up seeing more observations of species regardless of their traits. And as parks become more aggregated, we also see increases, but we don't see them to the same extent similar with the edge interior ratio. It is worth noting that park space is not necessarily a silver spoon or a silver bullet. There is a tipping point at which increasing park space does lead to disproportionately more generalists than it does specialists or even the average bird. So we have to bear in mind those considerations as we design our future park systems. However, we still hope that the overall gain in species diversity as a result of increased parks is enough to maintain ecological integrity. And since park area has the strongest response, our results indicate that the focus of park planners, as far as birds are concerned, should be on adding parks even when they aren't pristine. In other words, when the birds come to the city, it's quantity over quality. And that might not be true for all taxa, but for birds, this is what our data suggests. So to any urban planners or policymakers in the audience, we all want parks like the one on the left, these big swaths of urban forests. But please, I beg you, don't overlook these small, isolated, overgrown, and invasive filled parcels in your city. They don't make for the perfect park, and nobody's arguing that they do, but they do provide ecological benefits nonetheless, and our results suggest that avian communities benefit from any additional green space we can afford them. So please don't dismiss the power of a pocket park. They may be our best help or our best hope in fostering biodiversity in already developed urbanized areas. With that, I'd like to thank those that have helped me get here, especially my advisor, Dr. Travis Gallo, and all the research librarians that helped me acquire those maps. I also want to acknowledge that all 3 cities had thriving indigenous nations that were forcibly removed or executed to create the cities as we know them today. Similarly, acknowledge the countless enslaved people who were forced to build these cities and whose descendants are still discriminated against today. I love DC and I'm glad that you're all visiting here. It's got a rich history, but I please consider the many lives that were taken in the making of our nation's capital, and I ask you honor them in your own way. So with that, I thank you for your time, and if I have time, I'll take questions.
First of all, Dan, great.
Thank you.
And I also commend you on your historical research for this.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I'm also curious. So as you well know, the urban ecosystem is made up of parks, but there are other green spaces.
Yeah.
Lots,
Mhm.
cemeteries, whatever it might be. Is there any plan or hope or idea of maybe extending this research into more of those other green
Yeah.
spaces?
I would love to do that. The issue is that to get that, we would need high resolution photography.
Sure.
And although mapping happens all the time, cities didn't tend to get that level of resolution photography very often. So there are a few instances, especially around the world wars, where we have that data, but it would be very few data points to be able to see kind of quantify yards and things like that. Yeah, yeah. That's a great question. Thank you.
The idea that maybe hit like a tipping point with the size and like increased generalist birds, do you think that maybe that has something to do with like those like larger green spaces might be like a soccer field or something like that?
Yeah.
Those typically more like lawn field areas or things like that. Like, do you notice that when you're looking at the maps?
Yeah, that's a great question. I do think that cemeteries and sports fields like that are playing into it. I also think that I noticed riparian zones, especially along the river, tend to be made into park space first. And geese are very large generalist birds, and so they benefit right away, but then maybe as we're adding parks not along the water after that and the park system expands, they're not really benefiting to the same degree. And so maybe that relationship kind of drops off later. That's my working hypothesis now, but as I dive deeper into this, maybe we'll uncover something else. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I missed it, but did you distinguish, or were you able to determine, versus, native versus invasive species of birds and their different effects? And also, did you work on any variability or error with the community science, driven data?
Two great questions. I did keep the non-native and invasive species in the data set just because they are so well adapted to the city. And so they clearly have some trait combination that's helping them be here. And since we're trying to understand how these traits interact with the city, we wanted those strong relationships to be able to help, pull out patterns in the data. We might look at it again without them in it, but the jury's still out on that. We haven't done that yet. To account for that variation, we did include survey effort as a variable, and I didn't discuss it in the results here, but as you might expect, as survey effort increased, all observations increased. So that was there, but I didn't discuss it here.
I don't think we would have time.
Okay, yeah, yes, but I'll upload your presentation. Which one are you?
Is the Adobe presentation? It's in the desk. It's right there. Here.
Oh, okay.
Right there. It's hiding. So it's going to be.
And how do I do that?
Adobe.
Really?
Yeah. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca I can't believe I can say it. Quinones, I'm sorry, Quignon. I've worked with her for years. I can't even say her name. I'm so embarrassed. And Patrick Fitzgerald will be speaking with her as well. Thank you. And on roadside corridors to promote monarch butterfly conservation.
Okay. So okay. 10 minutes. Let's see if I can do this.
I'm sorry. Here.
We need the full screen.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Show presentation.
Menu. View. Full screen mode. Let's go. We made it. Okay, thank you for being here today. And please let me know if you can't hear me. I'm not a loudspeaker. And of course I have an accent, so it's gonna be fun. Anyway, so yeah, our work was focused mostly on creating native habitat on roadsides, so we could support the migration of the monarch butterfly. So we will talk a little bit about the status of the monarch butterfly, why we're focusing on this very specific species. Also, we will talk about the two very specific sites where we work. One was in Missouri, and Patrick will detail about the work and the work that we were doing in Texas as well. So the monarch butterfly, why the monarch butterfly? The monarch butterfly is a species that many people connect emotionally with. We know that. And we were talking about those species that can create that connection with people. It's as well a sentinel species, an umbrella species. And it has helped us to create awareness about the peril and the situation that many other native pollinators are facing. So in 2014, the monarch was petitioned to be listed and protected under the Endangered Species Act. And unfortunately, it has taken over 10 years to become to a decision. In 2021, after some status assessment, the Fish and Wildlife Service decided that the monarch was warranted but precluded because incredibly enough,
there are many other species that are struggling even more than the monarch. So the monarch is in the waiting list to be listed or not. So Fish and Wildlife Service just concluded another assessment of the status of the monarch, and they will release a final decision if the monarch is still struggling during the fiscal year 2024. So we're talking about the Danaus plexipus, which is the migratory monarch butterfly, and is the monarch that we find here in North America. If you want to follow more about the history of the monarch and the issues that it's facing, you can visit our website, the National Wildlife Federation. We have different press releases, and some of the names of or titles of these releases are here. So are you guys familiar with the migration of the monarch butterfly? So I'm just gonna skip this, just to save some time. And effects of climate change. We know that one of the highest effects of climate change on monarchs is that the habitat that has been lost or fragmented, and also a habitat that is remaining, has exacerbated issues because of climate change. And that's related to the extreme weather. We have precipitations and or long droughts, or sometimes the heat effect is just tremendous on the habitat, and that's affecting as well the monarch butterfly. A great example, and if you want to learn more about it, is just what happened in California last winter. It was just terrible. The flooding devastated many of the overwintering sites. So the issue with the monarch is that it's all over the place. So we have breeding habitats and migratory habitat the monarch needs, and all of them are being affected by climate change. Also, another threats to the monarch are pesticides, and also the use of non-native host plants like tropical milkweed. That has been a big issue, and also removing individuals from the wild so people can raise them at home. That has been a big issue as well. So the first part of that I'm going to explain before Patrick jumps to Missouri is the work that we did in the Lower Rio Grande Valley with the Texas Department of Transportation. And also this area is a very underserved area. So we like to ensure that we are also reaching out and improving the well-being of people in these spaces. So we run a habitat suitability model to identify those sites. However, we had to do a lot of validation and communication with the Texas Department of Transportation to select the sites. We work directly with the FAR district of TxDOT. And it was a great experience because this is the first time that TxDOT actually does this kind of work. And fortunately, after we concluded the work, they are ready to do more habitat restoration. The work that we did with them was a total of 75 acres. But what we have learned is that there are over 300 acres that we can restore along the roads in Texas, especially in the FAR district. So these are some of the sites. I'm not going to go into detail, but it's just how the sites were selected. We have a GIS, our digital database that we're keeping this information there to later work on habitat connectivity and assess how we're doing with habitat connectivity. So we did a selection of native plants to do the restoration. One interesting thing with this work is with the Texas Department of Transportation. They have very specific rules because the height of the plants, the native plants, can affect as well the vision when the drivers are in the area. So we had to stick to those rules. They had already a very specific seed mix that they wanted to use. And fortunately, it was a really good mix. And so we work with that mix. one thing that I learned, the Zapata clammy weed is an amazing, beautiful pollinator plant. This is a really good one. And here's a photo, some of the species, the Engelmann daisy, the Mexican hat, which is also a great pollinator, the black-eyed Susan. And well, site preparation was also kind of challenging, and that's where we're adapting to the situation and the conditions so we can ensure that we can continue restoring habitat is really important. And with the Texas Department of Transportation, another issue is that they have very limited ways to do site preparation. So no burning, no use of pesticides, the removal of invasives is very complicated. We couldn't hire a crew, they had to do the work. It was just very, very complicated, but that's where we once more need to learn how to adapt to the situation. And we did it. TxDOT did most of the work for the site preparation. And also because of that and the limitation that we had to remove invasives, we had to do an extremely heavy seeding, which unfortunately worked. In other cases, even like 2.5 pounds per acre of seed mixes would work. In this case, we went for 10 pounds of seed mix per acre. And it works, but I mean, it was a lot. So anyway, so and the way they work on doing site preparation was like heavy mowing during the summer season, you know, hot in Texas, so that help a lot to do a control of invasives. Okay, maintenance will be done by TxDOT as well, because they are the ones who can handle those areas, no one else. So we're very grateful for the work. And another thing that was really interesting about this work is all the challenges that we faced during the project. The first year, it was just amazing. I mean, it was just very difficult. We were facing the pandemic. So meeting in person was very complex. And then we faced as well the polar vortex in Texas. I don't know if you guys remember Uri. That was really fun in Texas. It was really fun. So we, of course, the cities and the officials were more focused on making sure that people were doing okay because of the pandemic and the polar vortex. So we had to adapt to that as well. And then also the seed companies thought that because of the pandemic, there was not going to be a demand of seed. It was the opposite. So it was just really difficult and challenging to find seed sources, but we made it. And then weather, it was another challenge. I think in the same year, we had a very, very long drought during the fall, and that was really difficult. And what else? I think we were fine. Capacity and equipment. Fortunately, TxDOT not help with that, and I'll let Patrick. I think
You're good, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Patrick Fitzgerald, and I work with Rebecca at the National Wildlife Federation. As she mentioned, I did some work with partners in Missouri, and I'm going to share a little bit about that work in another roadside habitat project. The work we did was at Merrimack Spring Park near St. James, Missouri. Has anybody been there? St. James, oh, all right. Damn, nice. So we're talking about the Ozark Highlands of Missouri, about an hour and a half outside of St. Louis. And this is the area that we were focused on. Merrimack Spring Park is a 1,800 acre nature preserve with campsites and trails. The Merrimack River is flowing through there, lots of fishing events and so forth. And Wesley Swee is the director, the head of this park. It is a private park, and he had a conservation background, and he saw these shaded areas that you see here that were historically hayfields, and saw a really wonderful opportunity some potential pollinator habitat. So Wesley, working with the Missouri Department of Conservation, and eventually us, also the Xerxes Society was involved in earlier stages, identified fields and the potential for habitat. And I'll just describe a little bit about how this unfolded. I'm going relatively quickly. So this is what the land looked like when they were starting. So this was, cold season grasses. And their approach was to actually lease out the land to soybean farmers. And for 2 years, soybeans were grown on the land. And as the soybeans grew and canopied, it helped to kill the other non-desirable plants on the ground. So this was, talk about restoration being a long process. This is 2 years in, we haven't planted anything just yet. And here we are planting. So just wanted to, these are volunteers from the area that came out to the park. This was a way to engage the community in planting. Wesley used the volunteers for a smaller 6-acre parcel to do hand dispersal and helped reach some areas that were maybe harder to reach with equipment. Oops, and here's the equipment. So for some of the larger parcels that we worked on, we were looking at using some mechanical equipment, worked with Hamilton Seed Company, 20 different wildflowers and native short grass mix. And this is a tractor that was used with that kind of white tube out the back, moving back and forth to disperse the seed over the field. So this is what it looked like the first summer after seeding. And this is like, get a little concerned, like where are my flowers, where are the blooms? But they are there. They're less than 12 inches. You've got these perennials that are focusing on root development. And in the second year, you really start to see some of the flowers blooming, Mexican hat, purple cone flower, and so forth. And this is another photo of one of the meadows. And in the second year, prescribed burn was recommended. And so this has been, again, working with the National Wildlife Federation, Missouri Department of Conservation, Conservation Federation of Missouri, and other local partners, worked on a prescribed burn, and 6-8 weeks later already had grasses and blooms coming back up. So that is that is the Missouri project. There's so much more to tell, but that's what I could tell you in 5 minutes. And we do want to let you know that we have this roadside habitat guide. It's available at nwf.org/roadside habitat. And it basically covers what Rebecca and I presented here today, some of the basics in these 2 case studies. So with that, this is our contact information, and I think we have a couple minutes for questions. Yeah.
Comments? In the back?
Is there any danger to, like, if you're trying to attract more butterflies to roadside spaces and, like, I assume birds and things, is there any reason not to use these spaces for that? Like, I just don't know. Is there, I've been to a lot of talks this past 2 days about mortality rate of animals and birds, so I'm just curious about pollinators.
Well, yeah, that has been a controversial topic, and there has been as well a lot of scientific work towards that. There are some scientific studies indicating that sometimes having roadside habitat actually avoids for pollinators, the monarchs, to try to cross the roads, to travel from one side of the road to the other, and they get killed, because then they will find those pathways. And that's something that I miss mentioning. One of the main goals of the roadside habitat in this case is to increase habitat connectivity between the large patches. So we're trying to create those avenues or pathways that will prevent the monarch from crossing the roads. And also, one thing that is really important, if possible, is avoiding the medians as sites to create native wildflower meadows, because that could be extremely attractive for not only pollinators, but many birds and also other larger wildlife. But it has been proven that despite the fact that there is a certain percentage of roadkill, the reproduction of monarchs has increased because of the roadside habitat. So there is a balance there. Yeah. Sure.
Any more questions? Or whatever yours were, yes, sir.
I'm not sure how visible the site was where you did the controlled burn, but I know, we do burns for like early successional habitat and woodlands, even that's an issue for the surrounding, public. I'm wondering if you did any education outreach engagement around, I know the bounce back is pretty quick, right, 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Burning a wildflower meadow, I'm imagining some people didn't feel like that was a productive.
Yeah,
thing to do on its face.
I can say that in where Merrimack Spring Park is, it's actually a pretty rural area. So there was, and there was education that happened through the park itself and for visitors. But yeah, I don't know a lot more about that, but I don't recall any significant pushback.
Kind of piggybacking off that, for the roadside corridors, would burning as management be feasible along those corridors? Is there a plan for that, or is that kind of just out of the cards for roadside?
It depends who manage the roads and what the rules are. For instance, I know that in Virginia, we've been collaborating with another company who's managing some of the roadsides there, and they are able to use prescribed burning as a way to maintain and manage the sites. But in Texas, it's a definite no, like there's no way. So it just depends from the Texas Department of Transportation of that state, what the rules are, so we can implement different practices.
We had less bureaucracy in Missouri working with a private park and not the Department of Transportation, so that was a little bit.
Thank you.
And maybe that could be a great topic to change policies in the different states and push for those practices to be approved. Yeah.
Thank you. That concludes today's session. So enjoy the evening.
How my team does, I am involved in that.
5 minutes.
No, we've got mine.
Yeah, we have I can. Yeah.
What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, exactly.
I love it.
So is he taking your position, your own position? Oh, wow.
My position is.
Oh, okay. The box.
That's right.
Yeah.
I just want to invite you to our post also number 6, because 2 of our sites are survey or.
Ah.
Yeah, please do, my students are starting about just but it's so much information, and also my family has a 600-acre farm, and we just transitioned about 300 acres to them. So because
Thank you for that. That's in Virginia. Oh. Yeah, so yeah, we have that perspective as a researcher, but also as a landowner.
Yeah.
So please visit with us. Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Danielle. I work in family and movie. Yeah, Courtney and I, we presented yesterday.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Whose glasses are these? Oh,
Thank you.
yes, yes, yes.
Thank you for coming up. Great. Are you all here the whole 3 days?
So, Courtney might come back tomorrow. I'm part of the Chesapeake Conservation Board. We actually have a board training at, Tangier Island for Wednesday.
Way more fun.
So that's where I'm gonna be, somewhat unfortunate. Yeah.
Well, I'm really glad you came up. Were you?
Yes.
How long have you been?
30.
Okay.
It's my side.
I was wondering if you were like in 28.
Yes.
I was there. Yeah. I figured if you were around. So I've been running around.
Get it straight now.
Yes, yeah,
There's mayor, I can say.
Yeah.
And y'all were like that. Yeah, I've shared a lot of, and I shared a lot. Yeah. And we have one umbrella and. But we come all these all my site and, yeah, he's very good. I'm sure, you know, from each other. And especially if we're like, yeah. And, so, and my job. It's under the yards, along the sand. So I was still looking the meetings that I was running.
I will go there. But it's all right, it's been interesting, like, you know, the whole idea. But it's been something that. I'm a bit surprised.
I guess it's
Yes. Mayor there.
Now, you know, like. Yeah. Oh, so okay, so he. I don't know. Okay, somebody, yeah, I know, everybody, whoever. it is. I remember our meeting, we had the additional. Yes, yeah. Yeah, and she was real good. All of that. I mean, she's like. Facilitating again. A lot of. Everybody got their time on there. People like six them out there. I remember a lot of people at that meeting in San Antonio, and they were like, and we did to a slight. Kind of broke off, you know, I mean, it's like with everyone, you get a lot of people that show up and you're like all motivated and then you get kind of, they feel off. Everybody's everywhere. But I mean, I'm impressed with everybody and, you know, working on the plan. You know, some things, so unfortunately, I don't know if that plan is actually. Well, I know we followed it too, as an organization. But again, people start feeling off unfortunately, and I know that happens. But now, you know, there's a leader, and that's why Lori was really good, she had that personality, and she was very lovely, and keep it all together, and, you know, it's all motivated. You know, I don't want to be like, be the back end, I want to be there. I want to be there for me. I'll do whatever you want. But I don't want to give my back to it if I have to, but and then of course I was telling her, because I was talking about politics today, I was like, well, you know, like, say I'm the lead of a severe smaller planet, challenge because our network, because not like, we need to. Well, we've actually, we tried to collaborate with the city as well. Like, hey, you know, a lot of stuff. So work together. So that's right.
Yeah, we overlap.
I mean, I don't think that's there is a plan that.
Yeah.
And it's primarily for, like, that one or two years. Well, I talked to them. Okay. All right, but anyway, it's just, well, that's what I'm talking about. I actually sat down and read it, from the back, but I think it's done this screen, I understood it. The only thing that's lacking is, didn't focus on water, like a water. These pollinators are different, I'm granted maybe not Mars, but you know, maybe water. So I was just not trying to find out. I've never, but in any case, there wasn't a major focus on the water, but I mentioned maybe down on Friday. I'll mention it again, but other than that, it's a great read, and it's very easy to follow. And a lot of stuff talks about selecting specific plants, like picking like 3 to 4 plants each season. Summers, there's a lot of plants, essentially adding that diversity to your landscape. Adding anywhere from 2 to 3, and season, even if 4, 1 in each season. You know, if you really know any and just want to try it out, you know. But the key thing is just adding a variety of forms to your property, and I mean that's really what it makes. I mean, again, it's very easy. But like pollinator management. Things like kind of structures, the types of structures we I'll send you this PDF online. I mean, I know that I really. Are you for the whole next year?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm out of.
Not regional. Okay.
It's impressive.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
See, I was gonna actually the slide that I have a board history, and I was gonna, when I forgot to do it at the end, and I realized that when I said that's for our. Awesome. Great.
Yeah, that's what.
Yes, back, and I'm like, come on, let's get it going. Let's get it. So bad, and it's all nations, or all the whole nation.
Yeah, the state. We should help.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should help people. Doing that work. All right, cool.
It was nice to meet with you.
Nice, nice chat with you. Thanks for facilitating this.
Rebecca, I have to run and get home. Will you be back here tomorrow? Good to see you. Make good presentation. And I'll see you.
Yeah, I wasn't back.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna see you tomorrow. I'm gonna see you Friday.
Yes.
All right. Goodbye for now.
When you get here.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, whatever works for you, no worries. I'll be here, we gotta look at the.
That's good.
Take care.
I got the Dallas urban biologist. I'm not too much.
That's right.
Holistic already. Let's be agreed. For the guy you have to do the same. I guess so. And then I'll shout it. It was so broad, but again, it's a little difficult in your Facebook.
My other recommendation was. People who are already overworked, to say, keep doing what you're doing, what you have to do it. So more intentional and more time on these steps, make sure you're not getting doing this. Not that that's not valid, we shouldn't make mistakes, but I think if all people are getting this done. how to do that, they're just gonna be overwhelmed. and say, "I don't know where to start." Just to get us even like feeling like we have a sense of what we'll do, you know, so it's like. But I think they were moving. Yeah, so that was there, yeah. And then do you have some barriers to reference? I think David did for it. Oh, the back. Is there a newer version of the one I had a couple years old? It was like 2000. Okay, so that is it. Okay, that's one. I think there's been one, like, okay, I mentioned. Specifically to us. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for a bunch of hours. Yeah. I think it's great for family, that's a lot of this, that is, you know, yeah, and our headquarters, our program leaders with this engaged and excited about it, so it's great. I wish it's just a beautiful design of this process. Right. You know, like, oh, we're gonna do this. Yeah. Yeah. Internal design. Yes. This thing a lot though, right? They just got Andy after he did like a couple of months. Yeah. It's also funny, like, with the how they were in our region, program was like ES, and even at the local level, people up to our Vincennes office, but headquarters here in the regulated. So we have limited interaction with headquarters staff because they don't. And so a lot of times it's like part of the presentation, we get it from the yes, line at leadership and then. Right. Yeah. I remember something called one of and he was talking about was it like is there going to be a national website like this website was like on, you know, different partnerships and cities and things like that. And I said something I was talking about it and the programs and even really thinking for stuff from future or strategic group and like it's like a disconnect and I was like, no, I mean I wrote down the company a lot. And you know, because there's Chesapeake Bay and Denver stuff there and our sound like you know, we are doing and so it's just because of that communication challenge, I think, because of structure. And then you just wonder how much you get, and it's not just like talk, and then when you actually right. Yeah, that was great. So much. I work with okay, yeah, okay, and also the other PS office there too. So, and of course, so that's so hard to grab. So, yeah, and they work with our No, habitats, clear habitats and habitat gardens in far, we'll see on the far schools. Yeah, we work. We finally got our state department of education excited about it, but they're doing outdoor learning space. It's not necessarily habitat. We're like, if you want to consider it habitat, like here's our guide, like here's our steps together, and we're doing as many as they can. But again, it comes down to what the community is saying they want. So it's like they get overwhelmed, like, well, we don't have the capacity to be in the garden, or we don't know enough. So baby steps. If all they're doing is putting stuff for baby their schoolyard, that's great. You know, start there, but and then there's all the curriculum and action stuff too, of making sure that people have lesson plans that connect with their existing curriculum. So we're not just like curriculum, they want to take it over the lesson and then I'm back to do all the curriculum stuff. So it's trying to create like the same curriculum. Yeah, the professional development thing is educators, you know. I don't know. Yeah, in the most insane. Yeah. Okay. We may even connect into the broadly about I would department head to see. Yeah, because it's an education. Yes. And it's not something like, we're not including what we want. Yes. Government age. I think right. Yeah, I need it in person. Here, yeah, from the same field, yes. Yeah. That's great. Yeah. So that would exempt them from some regulatory burdens. So heat lines, right, yeah. That's quite intensive. That's gonna be a bad. Yeah. It's better. I mean, the regulatory, if people don't ask for things like that, it's on vacation, it's a big burden for them. Like they run that. To do that. Time for volunteers and part-time people, and then it's like that, right? Before that. Well, my time, yeah, for my time, because I'm training in the dog for input to get into my computer. I don't know what happened. The presentation I had was on after 4 o'clock itself. And partnership, we had all that stuff. So I continued anyways. So I was talking fast. I had all this time like work. Off of the city parks, whatever. So I'm trying to think about how much value it. There's a lot of species in urban areas of the coast. Oh, you are? So what are you doing for dinner? Is sort of providing small grants and margin. I would too. Yeah, so we did a session this morning on co-designing conservation. So yeah, she has a really good sort of process model that we're trying to doing it. Yeah. So, Right, Patrick was, he was, yeah, he was there the whole time, and he sat through the whole meeting. That's, I would feel like, that's how they does. It shouldn't be, or give her cards. Oh. I don't have her cards, I just give her grants. Oh, you know. Perfect, connect you, give your card to Keila. Because she's the expert on the conservation psychology. That's what I mean. And so what I'm trying to do is bring her ideas to what we're doing at science. Yeah. They're not just. Wow.
Well, I'm actually, just maybe here, because they actually have like a, I'm gonna go through it. It's a. Right?